we're live on YouTube. Hello, Twitch and YouTube. Today we're playing the 100 line Last Defense Academy. I hope I'm loud enough and that the music isn't overpowering me. Okay, so last time we got 2 endings for the cult route. And then it was a really weird stream. And then I started up a new route. We are at day 8. I had Takumi kill Ato. Now no one trusts him because someone in the middle of the night wrote a threatening message on a whiteboard. And now everyone is very suspicious of Takumi, especially because he doesn't have an alibi for when Gaku was unfortunately murdered. He was stabbed multiple times. And someone edited the settings for the revival-matic so that if someone's dead for a certain period of time, they're no longer able to be revived, I think is what was said last time. It was a mess. So now we're going to play some more. Oh, wait. And also, we went to Second to Last Defense Academy and picked up everyone. They believe that Takumi is from the future. But no one at Last Defense Academy does, besides Tsubasa and Hiruko, reluctantly. Now we are in bed, probably. Days of accumulated stress and fatigue finally got to me, and I ended up sleeping through the morning like a log. When I finally woke up, it was afternoon. In fact, the sun was already sinking into the horizon towards the west. That was the exact moment the shrill sound of sirens blasted all around me. Oh no! That sound immediately dispelled the heavy fog clouding my brain. What? Why now? The enemy just came yesterday. Are they attacking us 2 days in a row? And it's only day 8. The next battle should have been on day 17. The timeline was changing. For some reason, it was starting to spiral completely out of control. Early morning invader attack. Okay, I lowered the volume for the music. Hello, Islam. I'd better get over to the war room. I rushed frantically out of my room. Oh, Takumi. Now you show up. Everyone else is already here. Sorry, I came as quickly as I could. Everyone, as in everyone who took part in the battle yesterday, in case you misunderstood. The Frightened Five won't be showing up today either, I assume. Are you still harping on that? We must go out and meet the enemy forces immediately, Sir Takumi. Yes, of course. Let's do this. Initiate defensive battle. Magical Girl transformation time. Commander. Okay, I remember this one. It's the one that splits into different ones. Unfortunately, the internet was bad yesterday. I'm sorry about that. I hope it's okay now. Battle start. Defeat all enemy bosses. That's what I have to concentrate on. Oh, skip this battle. Never mind. I already did it, so I don't have to do it again. I forgot about that.
Time is money, and they've certainly wasted a lot of mine. shower waiting for me.
Careful. The battle isn't over yet. Look over there.
I can skip this one too, right? The internet is still weak. I'm sorry. Can I defeat the one in the robes?
Is that Little Black Riding Hood?
Was the convenience store closed?
Went there yesterday, found it closed, and they're now on their way back. Is that the story you've written for them? How far is this store?
Ignore Little Black Riding Hood and focus on dealing with Pacron first.
Got it.
The music is a little loud. The voices can barely hear them. Oh, I won. I guess we didn't get to fight Little Black Riding Hood. Wave to end.
Well, that was surprisingly easy.
The Holy Jumanji sword has not had her fill.
Holy Jumanji?
The Holy Jumanji sword! We still have to deal with them.
Nozomi pointed to where the figure we dubbed Little Black Riding Hood stood. They began walking toward us with slow deliberation. Then they pulled back their hood, revealing... No, tomorrow I'm going to be playing Life is Strange.
The Supreme Commander. It was her all along.
Who?
The one who's leading the invader army, remember? I told you guys about her before.
I'm going to play Life is Strange. At that, the Supreme Commander brought her hand up to her mask.
Among my people, I am known as Veshness, the paragon of hope.
You're vexed about your looks, therefore the mask?
No, I am not.
But you're so much uglier.
Moko, calm down. You can't just be calling people ugly like that out of the blue.
Not the best line to spout in this day and age.
More importantly...
How is it you can understand us?
Ah, I see. So you know nothing either. To think I came all this way to scope out the reason behind the change.
What change?
The change that took place several days ago. All of a sudden, my soldiers started gaining immense power. At the same time, we became capable of understanding your language.
We looked at each other in confusion. Toshika was the one who spoke up.
Her words confound me, but she would be the chief villain, yes? Should we be able to defeat her, will this war not end immediately? Well then...
That's right. We can end this right here and now.
Such interesting creatures. I had intended to stick to the appointed days and let you entertain me. And well, I suppose picking off 2 or 3 right now matters not in the grand scheme of things.
Is that a challenge? If so, you're on!
We are not prepared to fight Veshness. Veshness slowly started walking towards us, getting closer and closer with each ambling step. But before I could do anything...
Hold your horses!
Takemaru?
Takemaru! Why are you?
I was watching y'all fight from the rooftop. That ignited a spark in me. And before I knew it, I was here.
Without waiting for a reply, Takemaru turned to face Veshness.
Hey! You said your name was Veshness or something? Ain't fair for us all to gang up on you. So how about a one-on-one with me?
Takemaru, you serious? You're gonna die, dude.
Takemaru, that's not a good idea!
Shut up, marshmallow face.
Marshmallow?
If you insist, you shall be given an express ticket to the River Styx, where I suppose you could apply to serve as a boat rower.
Save that ticket for yourself, bitch. I hope you packed your bikini. Oh, wait. It just fall right off your flat chest, huh? It's you or me, Vestness.
Takemaru hurtled towards Veshnes on his bike, but the very next moment, Veshnes unleashed a powerful sidekick that sent him flying. She immediately leapt into the air, switched her sword to her other hand, and angled it at the fallen Takemaru as she dropped down. Takemaru! Not again! When I next opened my eyes, what I saw was the sky. What I felt was a searing pain across my back. I heard the gurgling sound of cryptoglobin gushing out of my body from a wound.
Takumi? Why did you...
Oh, now I remember. My body had moved before my brain did, and it made its way to where Veshnes would have landed. I had thrown myself over Takemaru to shield him from the blade she had pointed at him.
Self-sacrificing acts are such mood dampeners.
I wasn't expecting Takumi to do that. He just saved Takemaru's life.
You motherfucker!
That strike just confirmed my suspicions. Watching paint dry is going to be more fun than fighting you in your current state. Like kicking a helpless puppy. What is the point of that? I shall grant you the gift of time. Use it well, and gain more power. Perhaps you shall be able to provide more entertainment the next time we meet. Until then...
What do you mean by lucky?
One more thing. I will be taking Pakron's body back with me, lest you desecrate it like you did with Mervrum's corpse the other day.
Desecrate?
You absorbed his cryptoglobin. That is an insult of the highest order amongst our people. Never will I allow it to happen again. Farewell.
The sound of Veshnes's footsteps faded away, and I heard heavy stomping getting closer as the others ran over to me.
Takumi! Sir Takumi! Are you okay? Stay with us.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll be fine.
Takumi?
Takumi!
Takumi!
Yeah, I'm not studying right now. I'm playing a video game. Day 21. Hello, Puzzlo. When I next came to, Nozomi was right in front of me. It was pitch black, and she didn't seem to notice I was awake. How are you doing?
Nozomi.
I called out to her softly. In response, she leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times before finally coming to a stop. As for me, I still have a few more years of study to go. Okay. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. Are you sure you should be doing that? What do you mean? Your injuries were so severe, you've been out for 13 days. That means today is... It's day 21. What time is it? Almost time for the nighttime announcement to play, I think. What a horrible time to wake up. I doubt I can fall back asleep now. That's what you're worried about? What are you doing here, anyway? Nursing you back to health. Hi from yesterday. Hello, how are you doing? For 13 days? No, we've been taking turns. It just happened to be my turn today. Hello, Evo Deltarune. Why are we at day 21? Takumi was out for 13 days, apparently, after he received a mortal wound from Veshnes. This is not a fan game. This is an official property. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. Wait, I need to go tell everyone you're awake. She dashed out of the room immediately after that.
Ah.
Are you going to call everyone here? This room's not nearly big enough for that. I decided to get up and go meet the others instead. A short while later, everyone else came running over frantically. No, not everyone. Only Takemadu and the 8 who had joined the battle on day 8. You did not know? It's a relatively new game. I think it was released last year. Takumi. Takumi! Sir Takumi! How are you feeling? At Tsubasa's question, Yugamo marched closer and started poking and prodding at various parts of my body. Eventually, he's good. All is well. Yo, Takumi's back in business! You deserve a title bet for this. Nice going! What a relief. Everyone started loudly expressing how happy they were to see me awake. We were seriously considering killing you if you didn't wake up for another 3 days. Okay. Have a nice time in whichever country you're going to. Thanks for stopping by. Goodbye. What? The revival-matic could have brought you back to life in full health. But none of us wanted to be the one to do the deed. And that's why we waited to see if you would recover by yourself. Oh, okay. I'm glad that worked out. My lips turned upward into a smile. Where's everyone else? I told them you'd woken up, but they didn't want to come visit. Have those people no heart? Or mayhaps they are still of the opinion that Sir Takumi is a killer? Nobody else got killed after that one incident, right? It has to be because the real culprits already found a way outside the wall of fire. That's one possibility. However, this fact also adds to the case against him. Nobody got killed when Takumi was unconscious. Therefore, Takumi is the killer. That's very likely what the others are thinking. I can't believe this. I shook my head helplessly. It didn't matter. I decided to just put them out of my mind for now. The more important thing is, what happened in the 13 days I was out? Were there any enemy attacks? Only on day 15. The 8 of us fought them off. Veshnes showed up in that battle as well. But we blew her to Kingdom Come with the undying flame bomb crafted by Lady Tsubasa. Whoa, that's incredible! Beating Veshnes with just the 8 of you. Everyone had a proud smile on their face. Wait, that means Takemaru fought too? Do you even need to ask? You really thought I'd just fold my hands and stay on the sidelines after what you did? So you're no longer suspicious of me? For now, I believe you. Sorry about before, by the way. And thanks for doing that for me on day 8. You seriously saved my life. It's fine. Also, we need to tell you about Nigo. Huh? What happened to him? It is most unfortunate. Nigo, he's gone. What? Why? We got worried, so we went to Second to Last Defense Academy to check on him. But the school had been completely destroyed and Nigo's remains were lying in the debris. Eito, you piece of shit! He's dead! I killed him! We recovered a memory chip with an event log that Tsubasa decrypted for us. Turns out Nigo self-destructed. Yeah, I killed Eito this time. Self-destructed? He did it to create a massive explosion and kill the invaders during an attack. Oh no. I have a suspicion. The loss of Side, his superior officer, may have played a part in that decision as well. Nigo was really attached to that Side guy after all. It may have been his plan all along to remain behind and follow him in death. Nigo was such a nice guy. His loss will be greatly felt. Why did the officers shatter like porcelain? What do you mean by that? A heavy, suffocating silence filled the air. Though it didn't last long, it was broken by the sound of the usual nighttime announcement. Ding dong bing bong.
Well then.
And then a few seconds later... What? An invader attack? Hopefully I can skip this one too. I literally just woke up from a coma. They sure know how to pick their timing. That is exactly why you'll be sitting this one out. I can't just... Stuff it. We'll just be fighting hard enough to make up for you. Stay snug in bed, convalescent. No, I'm fighting too. How are you being so stubborn? Because I'm the leader of the Special Defense Unit. Come on, to the war room. I immediately started running. Oh, wait, Takumi! Oh, for goodness sake. Everyone here? Then let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out. Something bad's gonna happen to Takumi. He's already been, he was in a coma for 13 days. We might be able to skip this battle too. Let me see. Battle start. Annihilate all enemies. My VTuber is really cute. Thank you. My friend made it for me. I skipped the battle.
Has your lust for blood and battle been satisfied, my holy Jumanji sword?
I'm curious if the game just gets more and more brutal the more playthroughs you do want to save. I don't know. In this one, we killed Eito. Gaku was murdered by someone. We don't know who yet. And then Takumi saved Takematsu's life. I don't know.
No! I need a lot more than this! Give me more blood! More!
Toshka, shut up.
Huh! I didn't know the holy Jumanji sword talked like that. I'm more concerned about where the commander is.
They couldn't have only sent those minions. The commander must be lurking somewhere.
Ah, the mist.
Oh my! What is all the smoke?
Smoke? Or maybe poison gas?
The two of the invaders are in machines that provide a mist. And it obscures the battlefield.
It's just mist, guys. M-I-S-T.
Fine water droplets floating in the air that's harmless to the human body.
Wait, I remember this mist. The person hiding behind it should be...
It's a sheep. I can skip this battle too, right? Yes, it didn't even give me the option to not skip it.
Yay! The mist is gone! I can see everything clearly now. Look over there!
I'm not skipping all the battles. The game is also skipping battles for me.
Is that...
Sheep can't have horns.
Yes! That's the commander for this battle!
Here we go.
Yeah, my model does have horns. Someone on YouTube was confused. And I am a sheep, correct. See, I didn't even do it. It says you win.
ours this time.
That was a tricky enemy.
What are we gonna do with her?
I don't want to redo the boss battles. That's boring to me. Everyone turned to look at the commander.
Please, don't kill me. My name is Ava, the paragon of nature.
Ava?
I didn't know why, but I felt like I had heard that name before. I've already done that battle 2 times. I don't want to do it again.
Please, spare me, for the love of God.
Ava brought her hand up to her mask. Yeah, I know you were here yesterday. And in a swift, smooth movement, took it off.
The same as Veshnas.
She looks just like a human.
What happened since then? I don't remember what stream you missed. Was it yesterday's? Because I was playing Silk Song yesterday.
No need to pay her appearance any mind.
What?
Because she is to be executed.
No. Spare me. Please don't kill me. I'll be useful. I can give you lots of intel. I'll give you anything. Just please, spare me.
Oh, you missed the stream of the 100 line? Well, we got 2 endings. They were cult endings. Because Takumi ended up being a cult leader. And then I started a new route in which someone is lurking in the school, threatening people. They did a threatening message on a board in the classroom, and then they murdered Gaku. Takumi was a cult leader, yes, for the last 2 endings I did.
So the lady insists. Any thoughts?
A dramatic bluff if I have ever seen one. Any intel she provides is bound to be full of fabrications.
No, I would never. I only speak the truth.
I think we should kill her too.
Why?
Surely you understand why we would hesitate to trust the words of the enemy.
You'll say something sweet to suck up to us, and then turn around and betray us the first chance you get.
You're all being so awful. Why won't anyone believe me?
Ava kept pleading with us, her face filled with a woeful expression. Hiroko glanced at her scornfully before speaking up again.
Takumi, you're the leader, so you decide.
I think we keep her alive. She was fine last time. Everyone turned to look at me, waiting for my reply. At that moment, I could suddenly feel extra eyes on me. I traced the source of the sensation to the rooftop, where I could see the 4 other members, Darumi, Shoma, Ima, and Kako. Killing Ava now would make them even more wary of me. After all, their suspicions were rooted in the fact that I had killed Eito. If I did the same thing now, that would undoubtedly cement the image of me as a heartless killer in their minds. I wanted to avoid giving them that impression. No, to be honest, even if those 4 hadn't been watching...
Please, I beg of you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
I'm not gonna kill her. Not this time. Whoops. I could never kill someone so earnestly pleading for her life. It just wasn't right. I felt ashamed for even allowing myself to consider deciding the fate of another person through calculating what would benefit me the most. So I looked into the eyes of everyone present and said,
Let Ava live. We'll imprison her here and interrogate her later.
You gotta be shitting me.
You truly believe that to be the best path?
Yes.
I think you will regret this.
I won't. Because I'll hold myself fully responsible for making it work.
Thank you, Edel Dreamleaf.
Very well. Our leader has spoken.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Leader, your name is Takumi, if I remember correctly. I can't thank you enough for this. From the bottom of my heart.
Ava was choking on her words and bawling her eyes out. The next instant, an intense pain spread through my back. Forcing myself to join the battle when I hadn't fully healed had reopened the wound. A sharp pain shot up my spine. I crumpled to the ground, unable to exert any strength at all. A hazy veil hung over my mind, blocking me from making out what the others around me were saying. I slowly slipped into sweet, silent serenity. What? I can't do anything. I didn't do anything. He'll be fine. We have the revival-matic after all. even if he died, we can revive him. Ding dong, bing bong. Too bad that didn't happen for Gaku.
Get preppy, ready to get.
I woke up to the familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time, she noticed right away that I was awake and leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room even longer than last time before finally coming to a stop. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. Why are you so surprised? Didn't this exact same thing happen before? But you were out for 13 days the last time. It's only been a little more than 2 days this time. Can you blame me? That means today is day 24. What time? Well, I guess I don't need to ask. The morning announcement just played. Nozomi nodded. Are you feeling better? I'm fine. Stop putting on an act, okay? Remember what happened during the last defensive battle? Hello, the Sour Patch Kid. I do. As long as I don't force myself to fight like that day, I'll be fine, see? Really? Yeah. Despite my confident reply, Nozomi still seems unconvinced. By the way, what happened to Ava after I passed out? Well, she refused to tell us anything. What? But she promised to give us intel if we spared her life. I reminded her about that promise as well, but then she said, I'm not going to tell you anything because the offer to share intel was made to Takumi. You're a team leader, not you. And that's why she's refusing to say anything until you can go talk to her, I guess. Damn it, what's she trying to pull? Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where the other 7 who had fought in the battle 3 days ago were gathered. When they saw me? Takumi's gonna die? He might. There was a lot of shouting, squealing, cheering, and happy noises as they congratulated me on my recovery. Although, it felt a little more subdued than their reactions 3 days ago. Then again, I did wake up from a 13-day coma that time. Still, the celebration went on for quite a while. I ate my first meal, liquids only for now, in a long time while being surrounded by their warm and welcoming voices. We're missing so many people. I went back to my room for a break. Now then, there was really no question on what I was gonna do next. I had to find out who Gaku's real killer is. I didn't believe the real killer was one of us. That meant I had to find a way to prove that the killer was someone from outside the school. In any case, if I could prove my innocence, I could regain the trust of the 4 holdouts. Then they would join the future battles. Guess I should start investigating. I decided it was time to pay everyone a visit and ask questions. Oh, it's raining. Okay, we have Takemaru and Tsubasa in the garage. Tsubasa I get, but what are you doing here, Takemaru? Because she says she found something cool, duh. What is it? There was a box of junk inside this garage. I rummaged through it and found this. What's that? Looks like an MP3 player. It's a voice changer. See that patch thing on the tip of the cable? Stick it to your throat and you can use it to freely change your voice to anything you like. You can make it go higher, lower, or smooth as butter. Also, if you have a sample voice recording that's long enough, you can make yourself talk with that voice too. Isn't it cool? Sure, but what is it even doing here? Oh, I wouldn't know. Maybe whoever used this place last left it behind? Who would that be? How the heck would I know? What are you doing here, Takumi? All right. I told them why I was there. Investigating Gaku's murder, huh? I think you're looking in the wrong place. We don't have anything new to share. We were all fast asleep in our rooms when he died. We couldn't have possibly seen or heard anything or anyone suspicious. Any personal guesses? Like, do you know if anyone had a grudge against Gaku? They turned and looked at each other. Takumi? Are you thinking one of us is the killer? No, that's not it. I already told you! The culprit is an outsider who's already escaped outside the wall of fire after killing Gaku. Yeah, that's what I think too. I don't want to be suspicious of anyone anymore. I ain't gonna make that mistake again. He was probably referring to the time when he suspected I was the killer. Okay, thanks for sharing your thoughts with me. After saying that, I turned to leave. Who else? Kurata and Kyoshka. Why are they hanging out? Kurata doesn't even like Kyoshka. Kurata and Kyoshka, what are you two doing here? So, this is where this Gaku person was killed? It was weighing on our minds, and so we came. Everyone here is such a dimwit that it's highly likely they missed a vital piece of evidence or two. Oh, so you're here for the same reason I am. Are you investigating the case as well, Sir Takumi? Yeah, do you want to help me out since you're already here? I want to re-examine the scene of the crime. We searched the room together but found nothing of note. Did you investigate this place immediately after the murder took place? Yes, before we cleaned Gaku's blood off the floor. But we didn't find any clues that would bring us closer to the identity of the killer then either. How about the murder weapon? Despite our best efforts, we haven't found it yet. It's not in this classroom or anywhere else on school grounds. What about the threatening note scribbled on the digital blackboard? Was it erased? Yeah, it was making us uneasy, so... That was a stupid thing to do. We could have used the handwriting to pinpoint the killer. They weren't wrong. By the way, there's something I need to ask you. I asked them what they were doing between the night of day 4 and the morning of day 5. Wait, are you suspicious of us? Not really, it's just... I was sleeping in my room at second to last Defense Academy, of course. As was I. In my own room, that is. I can't believe we're on your list of suspects. Look at me. I am the very epitome of innocence. Hey, what's with that look? Did we already finish the weird reward ending? Yeah, that was the cult ending. I mean, have you seen yourself? More like the epitome of I've got something to hide. You're talking about my mask, right? Are you telling me to take it off? No, absolutely not. The mask stays on no matter what anybody... Right before she finished her sentence, Yoshika snatched her mask away, revealing Kurata's face. She held the mask up high before throwing it onto the ceiling catwalk. My mask is gone! My mask! What? Where did you hide it? Kurata kept looking around in a panic. It didn't seem like she noticed Kyoshika had thrown the mask away. That didn't really matter. What did matter was her exposed face. It's Kurata. What? Oh no, I was just thinking how you looked the same in the other timeline too. Why would I look different? This is the face I was born with. I know what you're trying to say. This face is too cute to be natural, right? But I swear I never did anything to it. Who cares about that? Where's my mask? I feel naked without it. Don't look at me. I believe I just saw Sir Takemaru taking your mask somewhere. That bonehead! Give me my mask! Give back my mask to me, Takemaru! She dashed out of the classroom, shrieking it away. My, her actions are as adorable as her looks. We ought to let her run around like that for a while. Kyoshika disappeared after saying that. Stop throwing a temper tantrum. She can't help it, that's just the way she is. Now alone in the classroom, I doubted I'd learn anything new by sticking around. I guess I should go too. Okay. Who else are we gonna talk to? Ava. Let's talk to Ava. Takumi, you've regained consciousness. Yeah, though battling you was what caused me to faint in the first place. Sorry about that. You're actually apologizing to me? Why wouldn't I? You saved my life. I heard you were really standoffish to the others. That wasn't my intention. I merely said I wouldn't be sharing any information if Takumi wasn't here. It was pointless asking Ava for information about Gaku's murder case, so I asked her for information about the enemy instead. I'm here now. Tell me everything else useful you know. Useful? Yeah, like the enemy HQ's location, invader types, number of troops, your war strategy. At that, Ava's face suddenly clouded over. I'm sorry. I'm feeling a little unwell. Feigning illness now? Give me a break. I'm not feigning. It's true. That wasn't what you promised. I came here alone like you asked, okay? Alone? Does it look like there's anyone else with me? No, that's not what I was wondering about. It's just, I never asked you to come alone. All I said was I would talk once Takumi was here. What do you mean? Whatever it is, I do not think I am able to talk. Please leave me for now. Ava was clearly feigning illness, but there was nothing I could do to make her talk. Her prison cell was locked. I won't be able to go inside without the key, and it's not like I can force her to spit out the information I wanted, even if I could.
Hey!
This is ridiculous. I cursed and kicked a pebble as I left this courtyard. Okay, Hiroko and Yugamu are hanging out in the morgue together. Weird. Hiroko and Yugamu? What are you guys doing here? Nothing questionable. I just always feel calmer next to dead bodies. That is extremely questionable if you ask me. I do not know why, but I just found myself wanting to come here. Do normal people find themselves wanting to come to a morgue? It's a lot less questionable than coming to the morgue to feel calmer next to dead bodies. Even I can agree with that. Yugamu put his hand over his mouth and giggled. What about you? I told them I was investigating Gaku's murder case. I see. So you're here to re-examine the corpse. I doubt there's anything new to discover. Yeah, but it wouldn't hurt. With that, I started investigating Gaku's dead body again. I didn't make any new discoveries, just like Hiroko said. What was the cause of death? Hemorrhagic shock. How about the murder weapon? A foot-long blade. The shape of the wound seems to indicate a kitchen knife of sorts. Have you found the knife? Not yet. Wait a minute. Why is Yugamu suddenly acting all detective-like? I'm just curious. Don't mind me. Let me see. You already told us the estimated time of death when we were at second to last Defense Academy. Yes, between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 5. Before you ask, I was sleeping in my room at that time. What about you, Yugamu? What? What were you doing between the night of day 4 and the morning of day 5? Is that relevant to the case? I'm just trying to cover all the bases. Please. Needless to say, I was in my room at second to last Defense Academy during that period of time. Or perhaps I should say, I was in dreamland where I was sleeping like the dead. Ah, right. Why do you ask? Because... Are you hesitating to say it out loud? Then I will do so on your behalf. Because you're an assassin, Yugamu. Oh yes, that is certainly a reason to be suspicious. However, I am much chagrined. I do not revel in meaningless murder. Indiscriminate killing goes against my personal code. There is always the possibility that Gaku was someone special to you. Impossible. I've never met this Gaku when he was alive. Of course, I have no evidence to back that statement up. All I can do is plead for you to believe my words. I trust you. I didn't hesitate to answer because I had seen Yugamu and Gaku's relationship in the previous timeline. There was just no way they had met each other before this. His statement about not killing meaninglessly was quite possibly true as well. In the previous timeline, Yugamu never killed any of his allies, and never showed any indication that he wanted to. Your trust in me is heartening. He smiled a little as he said that. Well, I guess I'm done here then. Thanks for listening to me. After thanking them, I turned around and left. Okay, people in the rec room? That's a lot of people. Let's go to the leisure lounge first. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Listening to the calming sound of running water. And trying to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Comfortable, huh? What about you? Oh, actually, I told them I was investigating Gaku's murder case. Well, that's got nothing to do with us then, right? That Maruko kid was killed here between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 5. Both of us were at number 2 that day. Or just in case, number 2 as in second to last Defense Academy. The whole thing's too long to keep repeating, so I shortened it. We've also taken to calling this place number 1. Although its official name is the Last Defense Academy, shortening it to last sounded strange, so we settled on number 1 instead. Got it, thanks for explaining. Hey, are you suspecting us? Of course not. Actually, it's not completely impossible for one of us from number 2 to have done it. What? Any of us could have used the school bus to travel to and from here overnight. Oh, now that you mention it. Bedtime is at 11 p.m. Someone could have set off at midnight after everyone else had fallen asleep. If they pushed the bus to its limits, it would have taken about 3 hours to get here. Putting their time of arrival at around 3 a.m., if they took only 30 minutes to finish the job, they could have left number 1 by 3:30 a.m. and returned to number 2 at around 6:30 a.m., just before the morning announcement at 7 a.m. Also, someone from number 2 coming here wouldn't have triggered the wall of fire's intruder alert. That's true. Wait, you're telling me this as members of number 2 yourselves? Oh, sorry for shooting my mouth off like that. It's just, you know, the incident doesn't quite feel as real to me because I've never met the victim. Just in case, I asked them what they were doing between 11 p.m. on day 4 and 7 a.m. on day 5. And as I had expected, their answers were the same. I was sleeping like a log in my room. Me too. Okay, let's go talk to the 4? Was it 4 people? Yeah, in the rec room. What are you guys doing here? At my question, the 4 of them tensed up and looked at each other. Nothing in particular. We were just bored, that's all. There are lots of things we can use to relieve our boredom here. After hearing the reply, I informed them that I was investigating Gaku's murder case. They were taken aback. What? Are you out of your mind? Gaku was killed in the early morning on day 5. Almost 20 days have passed since then. Why now? Because you guys said you wouldn't trust me until I sniffed out the real culprit, remember? Does that mean you're suspicious of us? I didn't say that. It's actually much better if I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we're all innocent. The more people we can confirm are innocent, the sooner we can prove that the killer had never been one of us to begin with, right? I see your point, but I'm afraid that will be difficult to accomplish. Why? Nobody from Group 1 has a verifiable alibi. Oh, Group 1 as in the original members of the LDA Special Defense Unit. Whereas Group 2 refers to the 5 members from Second to Last Defense Academy. Wait, Sister Dearest, but you and I have ironclad alibis. Hello, Mutant Defense TTV. Because you were sleeping together in the same room, that doesn't hold any water from an objective point of view. It is just as Hiroko said. The testimony of a sibling doesn't count. Miss Amemiya, you're distrustful of us too? No! Who said that? You're jumping the gun here. What if we looked at possible motives? Motives? Like, is there anyone among you who had something against Gaku? Takumi, are you really expecting someone to say yes to a question like that? Besides, as Mr. Ginzaki mentioned just now, Mr. Madoka was killed in the early morning on day 5. At that point, we'd only known each other for 4 days. Hardly enough time to develop a grudge deep enough to stab someone that many times over. And that's the truth. Yeah, I guess. That's why I believe there's no point trying to solve this case by looking at motives. That murder was carried out by a lunatic. That's the only way for it to make any sense. Which means the prime suspect would be... the craziest lunatic of us all. The man, the myth, the meme himself, Takumi. Why me? Because you killed Mr. Atsuki so easily, just like that. And without any proof? How many times do I have to explain? He would try this in another future, and that's why... Would you say that to the police? Would that even hold up in a court of law? I killed him to stop him from carrying out a crime in the future. Does that sound like a good defense to you? It was the same old argument that wasn't worth repeating, so I didn't bother continuing. I simply sighed deeply, shook my head, and left. I finished talking with everyone. Sadly, I didn't manage to unearth anything new. While nobody in number 1 had an alibi, they didn't have a motive either. Nothing's changed about this. But the 5 new members from number 2... I've realized any one of them could have been the culprit. They could have taken the school bus to and from number 1 and number 2 overnight. They could also enter without triggering the alarm. All this investigation had done was throw more names onto the suspect list. The murder weapon was still missing, and the killer left no trace at the scene of the crime. In short, there are 0 clues to go on. How do I even continue the investigation like this? I sighed and collapsed into bed. The day drew to a close, and night slowly took over. Dong, bing, bong.
You never will then.
Side's carefree voice faded away into the darkness, only to be slowly taken over by a cold silence. It was in that silence that I found myself heading to a certain place, the courtyard, where Ava was being held. I went closer to her cage and stopped just in front of it. Takumi, is something wrong? You look very tired. I'm not. You're just imagining things. Well then, why are you here? When Shoma was bringing food to me, he told me about Gaku. He also shared a lot of other things with me. I'm aware of your current predicament. You mustn't lie to yourself, Takumi. What? The truth is, you think the killer is among the 12 of you, right? No, I don't. Please, you can be honest with me. I won't tell anyone. I'm the only one you can remove as a suspect, because I only arrived here 3 days ago. It's literally impossible for me to have killed Gaku. If I had managed to slip in somehow without triggering the alarm, I wouldn't have stopped at Gaku. In short, I am the only one in this school that you can trust right now. You've come here because deep inside you know that too. Am I wrong? You may be right. The words spilled out of my mouth before I could stop myself. I couldn't even be sure if I had meant what I said. You and I are the same, Takumi. I don't trust my allies either, especially not Veshness. Why's that? That battle 3 days ago, she was supposed to send reinforcements for me, but they never came. She was using me as bait. Bait? He nodded and continued talking. He should have seen me being caught from where she was located, but she didn't do anything, because that was her plan all along. Wait a minute, I thought Veshness was dead. That's what everyone seems to believe, but is it really true? I am of the opinion she is still alive somewhere out there.
I own the goth cat, just redeemed pat my head.
Hello, thank you for patting my head. Takumi, here's the straight truth. There's a bomb inside my body. The detonator is on a joint on my left hand pinky finger. Moving in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at that time will be blown to smithereens. Ugh! Please relax. I don't intend on going through with it. If I did, I would have done it a long time ago. Anyway, Veshness ordered me to do this. If you get caught, blow yourself up in front of everyone in the Special Defense Unit. I was not to humiliate myself by becoming a prisoner of war. But you didn't do that. My orders were to detonate in front of everyone. I was to blow up every single member of the Special Defense Unit. Hopefully it doesn't trigger by accident. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully the motion she has to do is fairly intricate. I didn't detonate the bomb when you apprehended me because the other 4 members were on the rooftop. I get it now. That's why you wouldn't offer any intel until I came. But you came alone, which defeated the purpose of the request. You were all supposed to come together. That was Veshness's plan, huh? Yes, to allow you to capture me before detonating, picking out everyone in one fell swoop. So she was gonna kill us. She was gonna kill us. I didn't know that before. Now I know now. Murder mystery? Yeah, who killed Gaku? Who is it? I don't know. That's why she didn't send reinforcements. Ava clenched her jaw and lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Okay, I understand the situation better now. But why are you sharing this top secret plan with me? I wasn't lying when I said I was feeling unwell this afternoon. It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. The weight of that decision made me feel so ill. But in the end, you decided to side with me. Yes, because I could never betray someone who saved my life. One more thing. Your eyes. When I look into them, I sense something familiar. Something familiar? Solitude. It dwells within you. Those lonely eyes were what drew my heart to you. Her words weighed heavily on me. It felt like something I was trying desperately to keep hidden had been forcefully exposed. Yet instead of panicking, I felt a strange sense of relief deep inside. I may have been unknowingly putting a barrier between myself and the others because of my suspicions. Hello, eternal envy. It truly felt like Ava was the only one I could open up to, because she was the only one I could say with absolute certainty didn't kill Gaku. By the way, aren't you going to ask me about our army? Nah, I'm not in the mood for that right now. I probably wouldn't remember anything anyway. Then may I ask for a favor? Go on. Please, return my mask to me. Your mask? The mask I was wearing on the battlefield. My people highly value our masks. We consider them as a part of us. Without it, I feel exposed. Fine. Your mask, right? Yes, thank you so much. After leaving Ava, I went back to my room. I had mixed feelings about our conversation. A chaotic mix of slight relief, intense guilt, and great confusion.
Hey!
Ah! With a loud cry, I jumped into bed and resigned myself to a sleepless night ahead. Day 25. We're a quarter through. Dong, bing, bong.
Get prepared. Be ready to get.
After waking up to the usual morning announcements, I walked out of my room straight into Tsubasa. Morning, Takumi. Are you heading to breakfast? Yeah. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it? Do you know what happened to Ava's mask? Ava's mask? Yeah, that thing she was wearing in the battlefield before she revealed her true face. Oh, that is being kept somewhere in the garage. Great, thanks. I'll go grab it later. Immediately after saying that, whoa! The door to the stairwell flung open, and Kyoshka came charging over. She quickly ran over to us with a strained look on her face and said, Something disturbing has been discovered in the classroom on the first floor. Something? Disturbing? You must come immediately. Everyone else is already on their way. I followed Tsubasa and Kyoshka to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon her arrival. Is it another message? Let's play a killing game. What? No way! Tatumi, did you write this? This kind of looks different from the last message. What again? It was a repeat of day 4. Somebody had used red spray paint to write something on the digital blackboard again. The only difference was the content of the text. This time it said, let's play a killing game. You doubt it? I doubted me. Who found it first? Was I. Upon discovering this foul scene, I immediately set off to inform everybody of it. What were you doing here in the first place? Oh, yes. Well, I had wished to retrieve Lady Kudada's mask before breakfast. It had been left on the ceiling catwalk since you flung it there yesterday? Yoshka, you shall pay for this later. Kudada was already wearing her mask. She must have retrieved it before the rest of us came running in. Who would write something like this? Isn't it obvious? It's the same bastard who wrote the last threat. The same one who killed Gaku. Are you sure? The handwriting seems a little different. My dear sister's sharp perception pierces through everything. So someone else wrote this? Who? Wait, could it be Ava? No, I don't think that's possible. When I delivered breakfast to her just now, her cage was properly locked. Who has the key? I do. It's the only copy in existence. Also, there's a special IC chip embedded inside that makes it impossible to duplicate. We can think about the author later. I'm more curious about this killing game. What this killing game is supposed to refer to. Which part of killing game is so hard to understand? It's a game where you kill or be killed. Yo-ho-ho-ho! It still doesn't make sense. Who plays? What are the rules? Where? How? When? Why? Suddenly Shoma raised his voice. Everybody look! There's something on the teacher's desk. This looks like a tape recorder? I guess we should listen to it. I pressed play and an eerie sounding voice came out of the recorder.
The game has officially begun. Like the blackboard says, let's all play a killing game together. The name of this game is The Invader Hunt.
The message continued. Anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. That is all. With those eerie words, the voice stopped. Silence prevailed. We could have heard a pin drop. We were all frowning, although nobody said anything. The last note hadn't been a prank. Hide was destroyed and Gaku was murdered. This note could have been written by the same person. His last words especially kept echoing loudly in my mind. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. By the way, Kako, you mentioned something about the handwriting of this message being different from the last. Maybe the culprit deliberately changed it. We should keep that possibility in mind. You shouldn't be jumping to conclusions about two different culprits when the MO is the same. So, Kaku's murderer is on the move again? Basically, this could be from the same person who killed Gaku. If so, we might be able to find their true identity by joining the game, but that option came with major risks. The monster who destroyed Side and slaughtered Gaku was behind it after all. Join the game despite the risk, so try to keep everyone as safe as possible. We had until 7 p.m. to decide what to do, but it didn't seem prudent to delay our decision until the last minute. We had to stay united, all of us. For that to matter, I had to clearly express my opinion on the matter first, as team leader. But what was our best option? Should we join the game or ignore it completely? I thought long and hard about what to say, and then I made my decision. Invader hunt? That sounds like we'd just be killing invaders, right? Yes is the default option, appears. So I'm gonna choose no. I'm gonna be a contrarian.
Guys, here's what I think. I'm not going to join this invader hunt thing.
Right, of course not. A rational decision. I hope you can all follow my lead in this. I know I will. If you kill us all, there will be several obscenities in this chat. There's nothing to be afraid of if we all reject it together.
Hey! Don't speak for everyone just yet! What, you mean you're joining? Of course! I'll never get a chance to live out my fantasies like this again. Besides, the name Invader Hunt makes the game sound like it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm with Takumi on this one. You'll find me playing that game over my dead body. This Invader Hunt is just a culprit trying to trick us into believing it'll be fun, but it's clearly stated on the blackboard that this is a killing game. The recording said as much too. I'll follow Takumi's lead as well. It's against my artistic principles to kill for entertainment. This message don't make sense anyway. The sponsor said those not in the game will be eliminated, but we'd still get eliminated sooner or later if we did join. Don't be stupid. Nobody has to die if we win, right? Right? Harumi, are you listening to yourself? Huh? You're taking this I love killing games persona a little too far, aren't you? I'm not. I'm just saying what I really think.
Harumi's pigtail swayed as she vigorously shook her head in denial, but there was definitely some uncertainty in her eyes. What about you, Hiroko? You haven't said anything yet. Either choice is fine with me.
What do you mean?
I'm not interested in this game at all. I am, however, interested in finding out the sponsor's identity.
They'll make their move eventually, whether we join this silly game or not.
That's when we'll swoop in and bring that sicko down, right? That's more or less what I was thinking.
Then we have an answer.
Yes, we're not going to join the Invader Hunt. Harumi, you don't mind, do you?
I do mind, but it's not like I can play a killing game by myself. Fine. Fine, I'll go with the majority.
After that, we decided to stay together until the stipulated time. We didn't know what might happen, and there was always the possibility the sponsor was actually one of us. Staying together meant we could prevent the sponsor from trying anything. I didn't tell anyone about that second reason, though. They all seemed convinced the sponsor was an outsider who had infiltrated the school. Well, they were acting like they thought that anyway. The sky turned dark as we whiled our time away. Ad starts in 1 minute. Finally, it was 7 p.m., the time mentioned in the voice recorder. That was when I threw the door to the leisure lounge open. Not because I wanted to join the game, of course. I was there to declare as team leader that none of us would be joining. Everyone else stood outside just in case. Turning around, I could see the others trying to peer in through the door, which was slightly ajar. There was nobody inside this room, not even a faint presence. Can you postpone it? I don't want to. After looking around, I lifted my head to the ceiling and shouted, "Hey, are you there? Can you see me? I'm here to tell you none of us will be joining your stupid invader hunt." No response at all? Have it your way. That's all I wanted to say. Have a bad night. After that cold farewell, I turned around and stepped out of the leisure lounge. Nothing happened. Okay, we started at day 8, and now we're at day 25. Outbreak is starting soon. 2 minutes left. One and a half minutes. Why are you not getting ads? I don't know. Sometimes Twitch just does that. There's one person like a 30-second ad and everyone else doesn't. Ad break is almost over. There. Ad break has ended.
Oh boy, you really said it. And after the sponsor said they'd kill us all if we refused to play the game. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Will we be okay? Gaku got killed the last time we did this.
But that killer fled and went outside the wall of fire, right? Most likely, yes. That's why the sponsor of this game probably isn't one of us.
Gaku even said this morning that the handwriting was different this time.
I can't be completely sure because they used spray paint. If the sponsor wasn't the one who killed Gaku, there's also the possibility this entire thing was just a prank.
So we need not be unnecessarily shaken?
That's if the sponsor wasn't the killer. The truth of the matter remains to be seen.
Everybody fell momentarily silent after that. Question, what's the plan for tonight?
Plan?
Our sleeping arrangements. Where should we all spend the night? I'm definitely sleeping in my dear sister's room. I'll stay with Takemaru. No way. What? You don't trust Takumi even after he saved my life. You and me are through, man. But...
The Tsukumo twins aside, why don't we sleep in our own rooms like normal? Just lock the door and you'll be fine.
I agree. There are 13 people here. Making everyone sleep in pairs would leave one person out.
Alright, but why not put that person with one of the other pairs?
We should avoid having 3 people in one room. It's too risky. Risky? Why? Not again. Our team's already discussed this to death, and now I have to repeat myself. Despite her complaints, Hiroko carefully explained to those from the other academy why we decided having 3 people in a room together was a bad idea. That does make sense.
We should all go back to our own rooms then. No! You've just triggered the mother of all death flags and you don't even know it! Well, and anything to spice things up around here.
That decided, we all returned to our own rooms to sleep after dinner. Ima insisted on sleeping in Kako's room, but nobody protested on that point. Day 26. Ding dong, bing bong.
Get preppy, ready to go.
In the morning, I headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, only to find that everyone else was already there. 1, 3, 9. Oh my, how is it that I counted 14 souls?
Because you're terrible at math. There are only 13 people here. You see? Nothing bad happened.
So it was just a prank after all?
But by who?
And for what purpose? If you're asking me, I think the most likely suspect is... We all turned to look at Darumi.
But wait a minute. You're accusing me of being the game's sponsor?
I don't think so. Dotomi doesn't have the guts to pull off something like that.
You underestimate me. I may not have guts, but I've still got my brain meats. They're small and overpowered, but they're there all the same.
Oh, for the love of murder.
Hey, can't we just be happy that nothing happened?
Please excuse me for exposing you to my foul-smelling dumpster breath, but why don't we all have breakfast together? After breakfast, we all headed off to do our own things, relieved that nothing bad had happened after all. As for me, I went back to my room. Almost immediately, a visitor came knocking. I opened the door to find Tsubasa standing outside. Did something happen?
You asked about Ava's mask yesterday, remember? I brought it here for you.
Oh, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. I took the mask from her.
What are you going to do with that?
I was thinking of returning it to Ava.
What? You trust her now?
Not really. It's just...
Oh, I know. You fell in love with her.
What? Of course not. Tsubasa narrowed her eyes at me and I felt my palms get sweaty.
Never mind. It's none of my business. Everyone's free to love who they want. I told you, that's not it. But since we're talking about the mask, I looked it over out of curiosity, and I found something pretty interesting. That mask isn't an ordinary accessory. It actually comes installed with a bunch of high-tech features. Infrared night vision, zoom functions, organic life detection. There's even a miniature air tank inside that allows it to turn into a gas mask. Using that air tank, the wearer can survive completely shut off from the outside world for as long as 30 minutes.
That's amazing. It almost sounds like it'd be a waste to give it back to Ava.
You won't be able to use it, Takumi. It's a custom fit. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. Ava's the only one who can wear it.
Guess I might as well give it back after all. Even with the best technology in the world, she can't possibly harm any of us from inside that cage, right? Tsubasa thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement.
By the way, when's she gonna give us more information about the enemy? She did promise to be useful if we spared her life. I actually think it'd be best if we could get her to join us as an ally.
An ally?
Yeah, so that she can fight in defensive battles along with us. We'd need some kind of safety measure before allowing her to cut loose, of course. Like a collar with a bomb, maybe. That should put everyone at ease, right? If she tries to run or do anything funny, all we have to do to stop her is press a button to activate the bomb.
A bulb lit up in my mind as Tsubasa was speaking. Tsubasa, let's say there was already a self-destruction device in Ava's body. Would it be possible for someone else to activate it?
It depends on how the bomb was built. If the detonation mechanism was designed to be triggered remotely, then maybe.
In that case, your plan might actually work. The detonator is on a joint on my left-hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion.
Wait, you were being serious? You weren't just speaking hypothetically?
Do you think there's something you can do?
You want me to create a detonation device with a bomb inside her?
Yes. Once it's done, we'll have the perfect safety measure.
And then we can allow Ava to join us, huh? Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Awesome, I'm counting on you. Hooray for Tsubasa! She's so helpful. After Tsubasa left, I went to look for Hideko to get the key from her. The key that would open Ava's cage. I walked into the courtyard, her mask in hand. Takumi. Here you go, as promised. That's my mask. It sure is. I opened the cage using the key Hideko gave me. After handing Ava's mask to her, I closed the door and locked it again. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know what to say. No need. Just keeping my promise. Well, I'll be seeing you. I turned around, giving a casual wave as I walked away. I'm back in my room, but now what? There's nothing for me to do here. I may as well go take a walk around school. Free time! I haven't had free time in a while. Why don't I talk to Kurata? Okay, you saved all the items I gave them. Okay, maybe I should actually make some gifts. I'll concentrate on that. Okay. Who is gonna be first? Takemoto's gonna be first. Vehicle accessories, vehicle clothes, vehicle accessories. Okay. Gold gas can. Vehicle accessories, a half helmet, aka a brain bucket. The character for Tiger written on the side gives it a mischievous vibe. Driving gloves, these would be pretty good for him.
Are you sure I can have this? Hell, you just turned me into mush.
Good job. Jim went up to 4. Go back to the rec room. Make another gift for Takemoto. Vehicle accessories and clothes. There's the helmet. Dong, bing, bong.
You never will then.
I went to bed after an uneventful day. No, it only seemed uneventful. Something had been brewing behind the scenes without me noticing. But since I had no way of ascertaining that, I decided to simply go to bed and embrace sleep for the night. Oh no, someone's gonna die! Who's gonna die? Who's gonna die? Day 27. Dong, bing, bong. Who's gonna die?
Get preppy ready.
No. Who died? Not Dadomi again, is it? Kako's dead? They killed Kako! They killed Kako! I woke up as the morning announcement played. It had barely finished when a piercing scream resounded in my ears. I jumped out of bed and dashed out of my room. You were supposed to be sleeping with Ima! How did she die? Hiroko, Tsubasa, and Takemoto were out on the roof already. Was that Shoma just now? Yeah, I came running out when I heard it. I was already here when she came out. The scream came from the back of the building. Are you sure? Trust me, I've got a dog's hearing. Okay, let's go. We made our way down the stairs as quickly as we could and headed for the back of the school. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination, where we saw... Shoma's dead! I thought it was Kako! I rushed over to check his pulse and breathing.
Nothing. He's dead.
No way.
By this time, other team members had come running as well. It was Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugamu, and Kunada. They gasped, and their eyes went wide when they saw Shoma's body.
Shoma!
Impossible.
What is this? Is he breathing?
No, unfortunately.
Get your act together. It's too early to give up. We just heard him screaming. He can't have been dead longer than 10 minutes.
Right. We can use the revive-o-matic to bring him back.
Let's get him to the infirmary!
Yes, but just one moment.
The hell?
Sir Ima, Lady Kako, and Lady Dadomi have not shown up yet.
Hey, you're right.
Maybe they woke up early and went to the cafeteria first?
Even so, they should have heard the scream. Weird that they didn't come running like the rest of us.
This isn't the time to discuss that. Get Shoma to the infirmary now.
Yeah, I'll carry him there on my back. I don't know how to work the revive-o-matic though.
I'll come with you.
The rest of you can go look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi.
Got it.
I can't believe Shoma died. Takemaru pushed Shoma on his back and immediately ran off to the infirmary with Tsubata. The rest of us then split up to look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi. Since the person who attacked Shoma could still be lurking nearby, we split into teams for safety. I partnered up with Hiroko. We decided to start with the cafeteria. We made our way there as soon as we could, but there was nobody else inside. Ima! Kako! Darumi! Anybody there? No response. Looks like they're not here. Yes, let's try somewhere else. Turning around, we dashed down the hallway toward the gym. But when we got there... Hey, I can't open the door. Is it locked? I peered through the small opening in the slightly ajar door. There's a latch. Someone latched the door from inside. Hiroko and I looked at each other nervously, neither daring to breathe. We're going to have to break the door down. You're right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. The door refused to budge even after we threw ourselves against it numerous times. Soon the noise we were making started attracting the others to the gym as well. We need some help here, guys. What we were trying to do was obvious enough that we didn't have to explain. Everyone nodded, took a couple of steps back, and prepared to charge the door. Ready, go! The latch broke apart with a cracking sound, and we all tumbled into the gym together, and lying on the floor in front of us... Kako too? Kako.
This is...
Unbelievable.
I ran to Kako and put a finger on her neck. There was no pulse. She was deathly cold. Hiroko came from behind me and started examining Kako's body. Once she had finished, she turned to look at the others and silently shook her head.
But it's okay. She couldn't have been dead for too long, like Shoma. Then we should take her to the infirmary now. Yeah.
Nozomi ran over to Kako and lifted her up. As she did, something fell out from Kako's right hand. What's this? A medicine bottle? By the time I noticed it, Nozomi had already run out of the gym carrying Kako's body. As the rest of us started to leave, Hiroko suddenly spoke up. Wait, Yugamu, you go with Nozomi. Moko, Kyoshika, Kurara, continue looking for Ima and Darumi. And Takumi, you stay here. What? Why? Just do as I say for now. I'll explain later. Alright! Let us be off at once. The others nodded at each other and then ran toward the hallway, leaving only Hiroko and myself at the scene of the crime. Why only me? There's only one exit here and it was latched shut. I turned to look at the exit. Lying on the floor nearby was a mop that had been broken into 3 pieces. The mop handle had been used as a makeshift latch. It would be impossible for someone to latch the door like that from outside, which means this incident happened in a locked room. Assuming this is true, there are 2 possibilities I can think of. Can you guess what they are? I answered hesitantly. The first possibility is that, as much as I hate to say it, Kako killed herself, right? Yes, look at the bottle that dropped from her hand. What does the label say? ETX. It's an abbreviation for tetrodotoxin. It's extremely poisonous. Swallowing just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. Are you saying Kako drank this? I don't know, but we'll have time to think about that later. The other possibility is the more pressing one, because if Kako didn't take the poison herself... It didn't take me long to make the connection. The killer is still hiding somewhere in the gym? Yes, if there is a killer, that is. That's why I told you to stay behind. Alright, let's look around. Hiroko and I searched the gym as cautiously as we could. Despite leaving no stone unturned, we didn't find anyone hiding anywhere. This makes it clear that Kako took her own life. Does it, though? Shoma was found sliced up at the back of the building around the same time. Don't you find it strange that somebody killed him while Kako killed herself? No, there's nothing strange about that if Kako had been the one to kill Shoma. After stabbing him to death, she ran into the gym, locked the door with the mop handle, and ingested the poison to kill herself. I decided to state my opinion objectively, even though I really didn't want to say those words out loud. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense if Kako died before Shoma. Remember how Kako felt when you touched her body? Yes, she'd already gone completely cold. I noticed it too. It's probably been several hours since she died. So Kako killed herself sometime last night, and then somebody killed Shoma sometime this morning? Or Kako was also murdered. That's a possibility as well. How is that possible when the door was latched from the inside? Wait, there's something more important here. If Kako had already been dead for a few hours... Yes, I'm afraid it's already too late for her. Oh no. Tsubasa, Nozomi, and Yugamu were in the infirmary when Hiroko and I arrived. They were standing around with grave looks on their faces. How are Shoma and Kako? Well, we managed to successfully revive Shoma. That's great. Yes, what a relief. But he's still unconscious. Imagine if this killer is Veshnes. I don't think she would bother with something like this. He seems too self-important to sneak into the school and then just murder 2 people.
His physical body has been restored to full health, but it seems he hasn't recovered mentally from the attack yet.
Where is he?
Sleeping in his room. Takemaru's taking care of him.
And what about Kako?
He did put her body in the revival-matic, but...
Alas. Is this a fan game? No, it's an official game. Hiroko and I went behind the revival-matic to look at the monitor. What was written on the screen made our hearts sink. Cause of death, respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. Estimated time of death, day 27, between 1 and 4 a.m. Traces of TTX poison detected in body. Oral intake of TTX presumed to have led to respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. No external injuries found on body. Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. The silence of the room was broken by the door being thrown open and 3 people running in. Naomi, you're safe! Where were you all this time?
In the rec room, playing slots.
You were doing what?
You can't blame me! I overslept this morning and didn't see anyone in the cafeteria. I just assumed everyone was off doing their own thing. Yoshika and I found her in the rec room and dragged her here. We've already told her about Shoma and Kako.
Still, we didn't yet know if they've been successfully revived, so here we are.
Did it go well?
Just then, the two other people barged into the room noisily. Miss Osuzuki told me what happened. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night. When I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking around for her ever since.
I saw him running around the hallways like a headless chicken and brought him here.
Where's my dear sister? What has happened to her? I explained the situation to everyone who had just arrived. The news that Kako could no longer be revived hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Tears started welling up in Moko and Kyoshika's eyes, while Kurata was sniffing away underneath her mask. Sarami alone shed no tears. She had a vacant look on her face as she stared absently into space. And as for Ima?
No! 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 Dear sister! My dear sister! No!
With an anguished cry, the distraught Ima lost control of all reason and started lashing out. We managed to wrestle him to the ground and pin his limbs down even as he struggled violently.
Wait here while I go grab the gamma field.
What's that?
Powerful anesthetic. We have some in the biolab.
Yugamu dashed off as quickly as he could. He came back a little while later with a gamma field, which he then injected into Ima. The drug caused Ima to weaken and slump over. Yugamu observed him closely.
All is fine now. He's unlikely to wake up before tomorrow morning.
We moved the unconscious Ima to his room and assigned Moko to watch over him. After that, we took Kako's body to the morgue. There were now 3 bodies lying on tables in the morgue. Kako's body was the smallest. I kept staring at her. When I closed my eyes, I could still see her innocent smile. I couldn't believe the girl I had thought of like my own little sister was now gone. An indescribable ache spread through my chest at that thought. Unable to stand the pain, I forced myself to look away. After that, we went to the courtyard to check the cages. Ava was still inside hers, the door securely locked. Hideko and I went on to tell the others what we'd learned from investigating the gym, the improvised latch, the bottle of poison, and how there had been no one else inside. While we were talking, the sun had set and the darkness of night was slowly taking over. It was already evening. Since nobody was in the mood for a meal, we gathered in the leisure lounge instead of the cafeteria. I wasn't expecting 2 people to die. I thought it was just Kako, but it ended up being Shoma, too. Sir Takemaru, were you not supposed to be attending to Sir Shoma? Yugamu took over. Shoma's still out cold, but he's physically fine now.
I just don't understand why Kako would kill herself.
As I've already explained, we don't know for sure that it was suicide. We haven't found a suicide note, not in the gym, on her clothes, or even in her room yet.
But the gym door was latched inside from the inside.
And you didn't find anyone else in there, correct? Yes, but I find it hard to accept Kako had killed herself when Shoma was clearly killed by someone else. Why would she even do such a thing? I won't be fully convinced until a clear reason surfaces.
I think she was murdered too, by that sponsor who was trying to get us to join the invader hunt. They did warn us this would happen. We all heard what that recording said, remember? All who refuse to join the gang will be eliminated.
All who refuse? That means the rest of us are targets too. You telling us that sponsor was to kill us all?
The first threatening message said something about everyone dying too. It sure did. The first and second threats. We assumed they were written by different people because of the handwriting. But I turned to think it was the same person after all. We went against the first note. We ignored their demand to leave this academy and chose to stay behind instead. I gave the culprit an idea. I'll hold a killing game and force these guys to murder each other. But when we went against the second request as well, they decided they were going to have it to do it themselves. And by it, you mean killing us? Yep, it all makes sense when you think of it this way, doesn't it?
That would mean the perpetrators already murdered 4 people. 4? Sir Gaku, Lady Kako, Side, and Sir Shoma. Though Sir Shoma was lucky enough to escape the jaws of death.
So we're up against a ruthless serial killer here.
We can't just let someone butcher our friends and get away scot-free.
But how do we find them?
Haven't I mentioned this before? The killer may be one of us. Everyone tensed up at Hideko's words and started exchanging suspicious glances. Not everyone is a suspect, though. It would have been impossible for Takumi, Tsubasa, Takemaru, or me to have done this.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, that's right. The 4 of us met each other on the rooftop this morning, immediately after hearing Shoma scream. He was stabbed in the back of the building. Even if we could teleport, there's no way we could have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. He wasn't thrown down from the rooftop after being stabbed, either. His body hadn't taken any fall damage. Just a moment. What if all 4 of you were working together? Yes, it would definitely seem possible from your point of view. It would also mean 1 in 3 of our team are killers. I don't think the SDU would be worth much then.
That line of reasoning isn't strong enough to prove your innocence.
Anyway, what were the rest of you doing at that time? I remember those who came after us were Nozomi, Kyoshika, and Kurata. Moko and Yugamu too, though they aren't here right now. Where did you guys come from?
I ran from the entrance hall.
I simply found myself in a group as I was heading to the back of the building. How did you know to go there?
Well, I heard Shoma scream, but I chose to wait in my room first before making a move. Then I overheard you guys talking outside. You said something about the scream coming from the back of the building, remember? So I followed you to the scene of the crime.
Nozomi and Doremi said the same thing, but I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. Whatever the case, there was no denying the perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without anyone realizing. Your suspicions are misplaced, especially when there is a much likelier suspect to cast aspersions on.
Yes, someone who didn't even show up at the crime scene. But, wait? You mean me?
You were totally trying to get us all to join that stupid killing game.
So when we refused to cave after the second threat, you decided to... It wasn't me! I had nothing to do with that threat. I overslept, that's all.
We all shot Doremi's deeply suspicious looks. Her dismay and bewilderment were palpable. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, making her makeup run.
Hey, can I say something? I think it's counterproductive for us to be doubting each other like this. How are we going to handle future battles if we can't even stay united? Let's calm down and think about things rationally. Under normal circumstances, the probability of the killer being an outsider is a lot higher than the alternative. But would an outsider be able to slip in without triggering the alarm? Well, maybe it was Ava? Impossible. We checked the cage just now, remember? He was still inside and the gate was properly locked. Not only that, I have the key right here. This is the only key and it can't be duplicated, as Hiroko said. Also, I locked my door last night, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was asleep. What if you were working with her? I can debunk that theory. Takumi has been with me since morning. Even if he had let Ava out of her cage last night to stop Shoma, he couldn't have locked it back up this morning without my knowledge. You need the key to lock the cage just as much as you needed to unlock it. That means it's one of us. No, it can't be. There has to be a way for someone to come in without triggering the alarm. There's always the possibility that nobody slipped in at all.
What are you saying?
I'm saying the killer could have already been hiding in the academy before the first team was dispatched here. That's true. If they were here already, they wouldn't have triggered the alarm. So that person's still hiding somewhere in the school right now? All of a sudden, Tsubasa raised her voice. I know. I can make an organic life detection device. Organic life? Detection device? Put simply, it's a machine that detects the number of large living organisms on school grounds. It won't be advanced enough to pinpoint their exact locations, but having a precise number should tell us if there's really an outsider hiding here. You can make something like that? I found a similar function while investigating Ava's mask 2 days ago. I took the opportunity to study it thoroughly. So yes, I can make something like that in 7 days, maybe? 7 days. Until then, let's stop being suspicious of each other like Nozomi suggested. We'll assume that the killer is an outsider until proven wrong. What do you guys say? Everyone nodded in agreement. The moment I saw that, the world around me started to spin. What is this? That was the last thought on my mind before it shut down completely. Again? He's passing out again? What's wrong with Takumi this time? Day 39? Ding dong, bing bong.
Get ready, prepare, be ready to give you.
I woke up to the now all too familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. It was deja vu time. She noticed right away that I was awake and leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times more than the last time, before finally coming to a stop. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. What day is it today? Day 39. I fainted on the day of day 27, so I've been out for 11 days. The dev just forced a bunch of comments on Takumi to speed up the game. I guess so. Yes, we're almost out of emergency feeding drips. How did I lose consciousness? I didn't get stabbed on day 27, and my old wound didn't reopen. Nozomi regarded me with a somber look on her face as I mumbled to myself. Then she gave me the diagnosis. We think you have the fainting disease. Fainting disease? Also known as psychogenic pseudosyncope. A disease that causes you to suddenly lose consciousness after being exposed to strong psychological shock or stress. Like your mind just blows out. I have a disease like that? Yes, after what happened to Shoma and Kako on day 27. Your mind suffered a heavy blow, and even though you somehow made it to nighttime okay, the moment you felt like you could relax, your mind completely shut down, just like that. How could you tell I had this disease? This is the third time you've fainted out of the blue, right? And it always takes you a long time to regain consciousness. This didn't seem like normal behavior, so we decided to scan your brain, using the aromantic diagnosis function. I don't remember contracting any disease like that. This is what the machine's analysis said. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as after effect. Treatment on damaged parts of my brain? I don't know what exactly happened. At any rate, the damage isn't life-threatening and doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. So that part's nothing to worry about, at least. Easy for you to say. This means I could faint again if something stressful happens, right? Yes, but I'm sure it'll be alright. As long as we make sure nothing too stressful happens again. So, has anything changed? Changed? Like, have you guys learned anything about the killer while I was out? No, we haven't made any progress in that area. The unknown killer remains at large, and we don't have a single clue to follow. Nobody's been attacked since then, So we're still alive at least. What about Shoma and Ima? Shoma's regained consciousness already, but he said he doesn't know who stabbed him. You can ask him about it for yourself later. And Ima? He's barricaded himself in his room and hasn't said much to us. Just a word or two when we deliver food to him. Needless to say, he didn't fight in the defensive battle that happened on day 33. Ima, Shoma, and Darumi sat out the battle as usual. Are those three still suspicious of me? Yes, they seem to think you're the most likely suspect, but even if you weren't the one, it had to be someone from the SDU. That's what those three believe. Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where everyone except Ima, Shoma, and Darumi were gathered. Did you miss anything important? A lot has happened. I'm not sure where you left off, though. When they saw me, they said things like, "You're awake," or "Thank goodness." Everyone was quietly rejoicing about seeing me on my feet again. The reactions were a lot more subdued than before. I could hardly blame them. This was the third time I'd woken up after losing consciousness for several days. At least, that's what I thought. It turned out they had another reason to be despondent. The dark, gloomy aura that hung over the group indicated there was something more at play here. I finished breakfast and returned to my room. Soon after, Tsubasa came knocking. You saw how dejected everyone seemed just now, right? Wanna know why? Sure. She pulled out something from behind her back. You've missed everything? I have no clue what that means. What's this? The organic life detection device. Oh right, you finished it. 5 days ago, yeah. But now I wish I hadn't. Why not? Because this is the reason everyone's jumping at shadows. She turned the device on as she spoke. 13? Yep, the total number of life forms in this academy. That's all of us, including Ava. Which means there are no outsiders in this school, and the culprit is really one of us. Yeah, that's what everyone believes now. Except for me and Nozomi, that is. You two still think it was an outsider that did it? I don't know, but the killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma, right? The possibility of that happening seemed low to me, but I forced myself not to voice those doubts. Anyway, that's why everyone's so down. Basically, it's because they're all suspicious of one another. This isn't going to end well. Without trust, we won't be able to put up a united front during the next defensive battle. Can't you do something, Takumi? I'll do what I can to help as well. Just tell me what you need. Oh, I just remembered. I finished that other thing you asked me to make a while ago, too. What thing? You know, the remote detonator that'll trigger the bomb in Ava's body? I managed to complete it after carefully investigating her body. With her consent, of course. Tsubasa rummaged through her pocket and took out something that looked like a remote control. I took it and gripped it tightly in my hand. Thanks. This puts me at ease. I'll probably add Ava to the team starting from the next battle. Yeah, that should help out our combat power. The problem is getting the others to trust her. Oh well, I've done my part. The rest is up to you. And with that, she left the room. Up to me, huh? How should I do this? What was it Tsubasa said before? The killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma. To be honest, I didn't think they did. I had no concrete proof, but... Do we get Ava in her sick commander form? That didn't happen last time, but maybe it'll be different. Everything that had happened so far felt like part of a larger scheme that someone was orchestrating. At the very least, I was convinced the culprit wasn't going to stop at Shoma's stabbing. Yeah, but she didn't transform during my last playthrough. In that case, excluding myself, the killer must be one of the other 312 students at this academy. No, wait. Someone was a victim. If Hiroko, Tsubasa, Takemaru, and Ava were also innocent, that leaves just 7 suspects. Darumi, Nozomi, Kyoshika Yugamu, Moko, Ima, and Kurata. I'd never willingly choose to treat any of my friends as suspects, but as it turns out, I don't have a choice right now. I won't gain everyone's trust until I identify the real culprit. And if I don't have their trust, the SDU would fall apart and everyone would be annihilated by the invaders. The only way to prevent that from happening is to reveal the identity of the killer. You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi.
That was what the boy with the undying flame said. He must have known something like this would happen. At any rate, this was the only way of resolving all this that I could think of. I have to find the culprit no matter what. I clenched my fist and resolved to devote myself to the investigation. Collect information. 0 of 6. Okay, Ima. I rang the doorbell. Ding dong. No answer. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. Ima, I know you're inside. Can we talk? I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. At that, a voice called out from the other side of the door. You're awake, Mr. Sumino. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell you. Come on, there's got to be something. You see, I'm suspicious of you two. I think you may have been the one who killed my dear sister. What are you talking about? I didn't kill her, and in the first place, Kako, she killed herself? Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion. There was absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing. She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop any, she would have told me about them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Like I told you just now, I suspect that the culprit may have been you, Mr. Sumino. The only reason I haven't exacted vengeance yet is because I'm not completely sure it was you. Accidentally killing the wrong person would be playing right into the hands of the real culprit. But I might lose my sense of reason if we continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave now while I'm still in my right mind? I could sense that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. Ima refused to respond to any further attempts to talk. Okay, we got one. Cafeteria. Oh, you're still in the cafeteria. Don't talk to us now! We are in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refuses to listen to reason. What's the discussion about? I still don't believe the culprit is one of us. I'm trying to tell everyone to stop being so suspicious of each other. You saw the device's total for the number of life forms in the school. Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside jobs. The culprit must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we're trying to tell you that is not possible. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a killer who'd stop at 1 or 2 victims. They clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't... Takumi, say something! Huh? Well... I stammered hard because I was more in line with Kurata's way of thinking than Nozomi's. I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I decided to simply avoid committing for now. Sorry, I just remembered I have something to do. Goodbye! Wait, Takumi! Hey, come back here, please! I ignored Nozomi's pleas and quickly bolted out of the room and into the hallway. Good job, Takumi. Eva? Takumi, long time no see. I heard you were out cold for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? There was no point asking Ava about the case, so I decided to talk about something else. Do you remember what you told me before? It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. And then you said you'd decide to take your chances with us, right? Yes, I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence, for the reasons I previously explained. Then will you fight with us instead? What? Vetchness, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings. Is that why Tsubasa asked to conduct a thorough investigation of my body the other day? So that if I ever tried anything, your team would be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely. Using the device she made? Yes, but I just want to make one thing clear. I didn't ask for the device because I'm suspicious of you. It's just something that's needed to put the others at ease. Ava thought for a while about what I said. Alright, you saved my life, so if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Thank you! Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait for a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear it with the others first. Understood. I'll wait. Okay, let's go talk to Hideko. She's in the morgue. Hideko, you were here the other day, too. What's so interesting about this place? I wanted to investigate Kako's body again. What about you? I'm here to investigate the case as well. As if your clumsy brain could ever bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet. Hideko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice. As if your clumsy brain. You know that's not what I meant. Anyway, have you already looked at Kako's body? Yes, and the other two as well. Huh? Eito and Gaku too? Didn't we already check Gaku's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I needed to check it again. I've discovered 2 surprising facts after re-investigating Kako's body. Surprising facts? The first concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body's been almost completely drained of it. What? There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung up for an extended time. It was returned here after being almost completely drained of cryptoglobin. When? I'll get to that later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Hideko walked to Kako's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. Then she flipped the body over and what I saw flabbergasted me. What the hell? Marks of a stolen heart. What? How exactly did we kill Eita? We stabbed him. Somebody cut a hole in her back, smashed her ribs, and dug her heart out. Why would anybody do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. Hello, Joel. How many times with what? I don't know how many times I think it's once. With a knife. I did as I was told, and it flipped Eito and Gaku's bodies over, only to see the exact same marks on them. A large, empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies. I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Gaku's body on day 24, his back was still intact. It still was on day 27, too. I checked Eito and Gaku's bodies when we moved Kako's body here. Nobody had holes in their backs at that point in time. That means it must have happened sometime after the night of day 27. The perpetrator likely did the deed to all 3 at the same time. That may have been when they extracted Kako's cryptoglobin as well. Who? Simple logic dictates that the culprit behind the series of events did it. But why? How should I know what the culprit is up to? Perhaps they are simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of grilled myocardium with lemon on top. Both examples are crazy! There's just one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why were the hearts extracted from the body? You're in England? Hope you're having a nice time. Making an opening in the chest would make removing them so much easier. Why go about it this way? Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again, but there was not a single further clue to be found. That's bizarre. Okay, someone is collecting hearts. You got scammed? Oh, that sucks. Medicine. One of mankind's most eminent inventions for sustaining life and dealing death. How can I help you today, Takumi? I told you Gamma that I was investigating the case. Does that include Kako's death too? Yes, the suspicious circumstances of her death bother me as well. My main objective was to solve the attempted murder of Shoma, but that didn't mean it was my only concern. It's a siren? What do you mean by that? Any information that might help solve Kako's case would be more than welcome. There were other cases to think about as well, like Sire's destruction and Gaku's murder. But I hadn't found any further clues to those cases, despite my thorough investigation on day 24. Like the Fantasy Sea woman? I don't really know what you mean by it's a siren then. So I decided to focus on Shoma's case first, while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Yes, there is. Remember her cause of death? He'd ingested tetrodotoxin, an extremely potent poison. When we found her, she was holding a bottle labeled TTX tightly in her right hand. That bottle was originally from this biolab. So the poison was taken from here? That would appear to be the case. Whether by Kako, who then killed herself with it, or by someone else who used it to kill Kako. Is this room open to everyone? Sure is. There's no lock on the door and the cabinets are unsecured too. Anyone could have taken anything at any time. Somebody also stole some gammaphil, plus syringes and needles to administer it. Gammaphil, the substance he used to knock Ima out on day 27? The very same. Huh? But if it's still here, it hasn't been stolen, right? There are multiple bottles here. Several are missing. It didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottles on day 27. When I came here to get the supplies needed to help with Ima, I saw that there were already some missing. Why would the killer do that? We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole them. The thing is, at the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Perhaps that was what the thief wanted to use it for. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Oh, Shoma is with Dadomi. What are you guys doing here?
If it isn't serial killer Takumi?
You're awake! I'm not a serial killer, so stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right now. Do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Whoa, can you be any more shameless? The criminal's role-playing as detective now?
I'm not talking to you, I'm asking Shoma. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I've told the others a bunch of times already. I didn't get a good look at them.
Wait, I thought you were sure Takumi did it.
Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so... Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? No, I did see someone, but they were wearing a mask. How about the person's height or body structure? I can't be sure. They were dressed in a long black poncho thing. He must have seen some identifiable features. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I screamed immediately, and before I realized it, I'd been shoved to the ground. I don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first 2 or 3 stabs. No, you don't even know if it was a man or a woman? No. Did they say anything? Actually, I did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, "Die, die." Then you should have been able to recognize the voice. The thing is, I didn't. Why not? Their voice had been changed with a voice changer. A voice changer, huh? Tsubasa has that. I don't think it's Ava. I went to the gym last. When I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takemaru were already there. Plus, she didn't kill Gaku. Tsubasa, Takemaru. Perfect timing. I need to ask you guys about something.
What is it?
Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Toma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh? Yeah, he did.
You guessed right, Takumi. The device is gone missing.
I knew it. The culprit stole it, huh?
I think so.
When did you realize it was gone?
On day 28, the day after Shoma regained consciousness, I went to the garage to check after hearing his story, and...
Voice changer was already gone?
Yeah, without anyone realizing.
She showed us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24, so it must have been stolen between that time and the morning of day 27 before Shoma got stabbed. What are you two doing here, though? I did a lot of thinking myself while you were out, and I just don't believe Kako would kill herself.
Me too. At first, suicide seemed like the only possibility based on the situation, but listening to Hiruko, though, I started to realize how unnatural the whole thing seemed.
But if she was killed, how'd the culprit get away? That's what we need to figure out.
And so here we are.
Maybe there's a secret tunnel or something here that we completely missed, yeah, you know? We're all here to do the same thing, then.
You mean?
Yes, Kako died under such mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about it. Let's check the place out together.
Yeah, and we can trust each other since all 3 of us here are safers.
Safers?
Those of us that can be safely removed from the list of suspects. Safers.
That's true. And thus we began to investigate the gym. We went around knocking on walls and floors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed before Takemaru shouted at us from the stage. Hey, come over here! I found something crazy! He was standing at a corner of the stage. Tsubasa and I hurried over. What in the world?
No way, there really was a hidden tunnel. Or should I say, a hidden ladder?
I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What did you do? Told you I've got a dog's hearing. I knocked on the floor. I knew right away there was an empty space underneath. Then I groped around the surface, and what do you know? A rotatable handle came flipping out. Grabbed the handle and pulled it out, and there you have it.
Let's go see what's down there.
Yeah. We slowly made our way down the long ladder. Eventually, I felt my toes touching solid ground. What I saw there was... Isn't this... You know this thing? Yeah, remember what I told you before? This is the escape pod that deployed on the last day. Huh? No way! Damn. Does that mean if we can get inside, we can go to the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance of the pod and checked the door. There was a note pinned to it. The door to this pod automatically opens on day 100. No manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking around for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. Nope, this thing can't be opened from outside. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? Then the pod becomes useless because outer space is a vacuum. So we have no choice but to wait until day 100. We'll have to give up on the idea of boarding the pod before then. Shit! Wait, have you guys forgotten why we came down here in the first place? Of course not. We were trying to solve the locked room case, weren't we? Yeah, Hiroko and I had thoroughly investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But if the killer had been hiding in the storeroom or the ladder shaft at that time, we couldn't possibly have found them. And after you and Hiroko left the gym, the killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. Which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet. However, this does disprove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been murder. Wait. Assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takemaru, Shoma, and I were in the infirmary, whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone else. Two are missing. That's right, Arumi and Ima. Ima could have been the killer. He worshipped the ground she walked on. Arumi, though, said she was playing slots or something. She could have been lying through her teeth. But it's always possible that an outsider did it. You made that life detection device yourself. Unless you're telling me you made that number up. Oh, ad break starts in 1 minute. I did no such thing. That was the correct number, but the killer could have already gone away by the time I finished making the device, right? Just then, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. An item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. It caught my eye for some reason, and I walked slowly over to pick it up. Hey, what's that? A handkerchief? So it seems. I see something embroidered on it. That reads IT. Information technology? Or maybe just it, as in it girl? Could it be referring to initials of a name? Ima. Tsukumo? Juicy. Woo. Okay. I'm saving here. I'm gonna wait before we listen to what else happens. Ima Tsukumo. Pretty reckless to leave your handkerchief at the scene of the crime, you know? Thanks for redeeming Autism Creature. Damn, this stream is almost over, isn't it? An hour and a half left. Okay, ad break ends in 3 minutes. Assuming everyone gets an ad break. 2 minutes left. YouTube chat's pretty chill. 62 views. With an average duration of 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Pretty good, it's not bad. Oh, whoops, I forgot to turn on the... Here, I'll have the BRB up for YouTube. Ads done for me. Peculiar. Maybe people aren't getting many ads because of the content of the game. That could be it. That would make sense to me. Almost done. Okay, welcome back, Twitch. When we exited the gym, we saw that it was already nighttime. I asked Takemaru and Tsubasa to gather the others before heading to Ima's room myself. Come on! Come out, Ima! I need to ask you about something! Somehow I felt like he would keep hiding if I had told him about the handkerchief, so I decided not to say anything for now. We found a clue that may lead us to Kako's killer! I made that assertion even though I had no solid proof she had been killed, because I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared from behind it. You believed me? About my dear sister being murdered? Yes, can you come with me? Slowly but surely, Ima nodded in assent. Takemaru, Tsubasa, and I took everyone to the storeroom where the escape pod was being kept. We told them how we had found the place and how the pod could only be used on day 100. After climbing back out, we all headed to the cafeteria. So what was the clue that you found? Before that, I need to check something with Doremi. On day 27, when we found Kako's body, were you really playing slots at that time? Hi, the Sour Patch Kid. Huh? You're still suspicious of me? Then check the machine's play log. Then you'll know for sure I was playing around that time. And how could I have possibly stabbed Shoma if I'd been hiding in that storeroom the whole time? The only way out of that place is through that tunnel, right? I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear. Mayhaps you clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft. I'm no spider woman, and that shaft has no footholds. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You're the one who killed Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma? You're suggesting there were two culprits. Indeed I am. And does the number 2 ring any bells with regard to the situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 people missing from the scene. You're suspicious of me as well? Ima's face twisted into a grimace. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but decided to show everyone the handkerchief we had found. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod's storeroom. The letters IT have been embroidered on it. Are these initials? Wouldn't that refer to Ima Tsukuma? I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ima? And the fact that it was in the storeroom means... Sir Ima killed Lady Kako? Are you out of your mind? Me? Kill my very own dear sister? I didn't think that was possible either. Unless Ima was the one to stab Shoma and Doremi was the one who killed Kako. Ima dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was casing the joint. I told you it wasn't me! You think Miss Amemiya and I were accomplices? And that I tacitly approved of my dear sister's murder? That's no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself! You're all crazy. Can't believe that thought even crossed your minds. So you deny the charge? Of course I do! Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the storeroom? That's because...
You see? You are feeling guilty.
No. Ah! Ima dashed out of the cafeteria screaming. Wait, Ima! We all dashed after him. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. He was running at full speed through the schoolyard and none of us could catch up. Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side. We followed behind. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us. Ima! The onion object then flew high up into the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. What the fuck? What just happened? And what was that thing? I'd seen that onion-shaped thing before in the previous timeline. That was probably a commander.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Are you serious? Ima's been captured by the enemy? No way.
That can't be true. It's alright. We can probably figure out where they went.
What?
You know how Ima's been rather emotionally unstable lately, right? So much so I thought he might just go up and go missing one day, so I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when we bringing food to him. We should be able to see where they took him from the war room. You clever girl, you.
Okay, let's all head back for now. We traced the transmitter and quickly figured out exactly where Ima had been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some discussion, we decided to split into two teams. The rescue team, me, Hiroko, Takemaru, Tsubasa, and Kurata. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Shoma, and Darumi. Must we rescue him even though he may very well be the killer? It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Did you ever live with the fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? I knew you would say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people in the defense team is not very reassuring. Yeah, can we add one more or something?
No! What if the enemy attacks in the meantime?
Can't afford to be lax on home security.
In that case, Takumi!
Yeah, it's time. Everybody follow me. Sir Takumi, Lady Ava is out and about now. Why have you done such a thing? Yes, as you can see, I let her out.
But why?
I intend to let her join the rescue team.
Huh?
I explained about the bomb in Ava's body and the remote detonator we have made to trigger it. And you really think this will work? If you feel like she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. Huh? I put the remote detonator into an astonished Kiruko's hand. Now do you feel reassured? Kiruko fell silent at my words. After a few moments, she said, have it your way. Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you.
Alright then, we'll be right back. With Ima. Good luck. Stay safe.
The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station where Ima was being held captive. Day 40. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was just starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station.
We don't know where exactly Ima is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, You guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quenzele.
Quenzele? Is that his name?
Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him? We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out.
Battle start. Annihilate all enemies in 1 turn. Player turn. Okay.
Ready when you are.
Okay.
Ready whenever. Take this!
And, hello the Hooter.
Here we go.
Can still use Airblade.
There!
I'm fully prepared.
Where are we? We're at the enemy relay station. Ema took off running. He escaped behind the wall of fire. We all chased after him, and then he got captured by one of the commanders.
I'm taking the wheel.
What game is this? This is called the 100 Line.
Leave this to me. Die!
Wave 1 end. Annihilate all enemies. At least it's not in 1 turn this time.
I've got this.
Wave 2 of 4, okay.
Say when.
I'll just use a door blitz.
Strike. Take care of the rest.
Ready when you are. Don't try to stop me.
I'm fully prepared. Be gone!
Hauling ass! Knocked it out of the park!
How did Takumi get a Zero Blitz anyway? When he absorbed, ate those crypto globin
Locked and loaded.
Time to move.
after killing him the first time.
How's this? Broken's my turn.
Ready when you are. Hi-ya!
I'm ready to go.
Let's give it to him.
Time for battle.
Rev it up.
Leave this to me.
Do we have Azure Blitz at the first couple of days of the playthrough? Did we? I don't remember that.
Time to move.
Locked and loaded.
The Crypto Globin, did something wacky, remember? The Crypto Globin did travel too.
Did my engine die? Ready when you are. Out of the way! I'm fully prepared. You're in the way. I'm ready to go. Be gone! You're finished!
Let's go. There! Say when. That's it.
0 AP.
I'm taking the wheel!
I've got this. Take that! Go. Ready when you are. Yeah. My turn. Take that! All right.
Now then, to business.
Die!
Ready whenever.
Oh, Suzuki Nightmare.
I'll hurt you! My turn at last. You insect!
Yeah, it's a pretty cool strategy game. It's fun too.
Let's freaking go.
Way to end. Yes, we have seen Kurata's special attack. She gets like 3 pumpkins and they explode.
I would never betray you.
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzele guy? He should be here any time now. Aha. Speak of the devil.
I am the paragon of repulsion, Quenzele. I'll be sure to make it agonizingly painful when I kill you. Go ahead, scramble for your ugly lives. You won't escape from me.
He's finally here, like moths to a flame.
Plants versus zombies. Yeah, that does seem like a fair comparison. Is he dropping eggs? I don't know.
Everybody, cover Kurata while she crafts the artillery.
Understood.
Got it.
New enemy approaching. Just have to keep them occupied, huh? Defend Kurata or Suzuki for 3 turns.
Rev it up.
Let's go.
Okay, I think I'll use Azure Blitz now.
One last strike. Hauling ass. Let's give it to him.
Understood. Take this!
Time for battle.
You hardly play Plants vs. Zombies? I don't think I've ever played it before. Zero AP. Gotta protect Kurata.
Need some repairs.
Knocked him.
Have no strength left.
Akumi, where are you? Right here.
Let's do this. Here we go. Let's go. That's it. I've got this. Ready when you are. One last strike. Take care of the rest.
Things aren't looking good.
Not them jumping the tank.
Time to move. My turn.
I can still move.
All right, let's get started. Die. Oh, it's time to move.
I won't lose.
Can I airstrike them? No, not yet. I think that's what Kurata's making.
You're in the way. Leave this to me.
Now then, to business.
Yitsubasa? For what?
Things aren't looking good. Don't try to stop me.
He only does 1 damage, so I'm trying to use everyone else too. For special attack?
Alright, let's get...
I won't lose.
He'll do 6, okay.
They're gonna hear this engine roar. Felt that one,
My
didn't
turn.
you?
Die.
I'm fully prepared. Die!
Okay, we got 2 left.
Now then, to business.
Rev it up!
Ah, they're too far away.
My turn.
There.
Out of my way. Broken so soon.
My turn.
It's set. Told you it wouldn't take long.
Wave 3 end. I also love that when games have in-game explanations for stuff like that.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Where's Ema? What is it doing? Probably happened the first time around too. Annihilate enemy boss. Okay, that's what I have to concentrate on.
Say when.
It'll probably shoot when I'm done with my turn.
Ready when you are. That's it. Let's go. One last
Azure Blitz.
whenever. I'll chop you to pieces. My turn.
Locked and loaded.
Let's give it to him. Oh yeah!
Ooh, I got AP plus 2.
Ready whenever. Time to move. How's this? Time for
Ah, it
battle.
doesn't reach.
Leave this to me. You're in the way.
All out of gas.
I lost too much blood.
Here we go.
Impact stab.
Ready when you are.
One last strike.
Take care of the rest.
She's stunned.
Understood. Here goes. I'm ready to go. Be gone! Understood. You're in the way. I'm fully prepared. Here goes.
Okay, maybe I should.
Let's do this.
Oh no. Okay, Hakamaru is
Rev it up.
the attacks aren't doing much damage anymore. I'll just use her again.
Be gone!
Time to move. I'll chop you to pieces.
Okay, I just need to do this 2 more times.
Ready whenever. I'll chop you to pieces.
Defeated! If there are, you curious if there are unused invader speak voice lines for this commander? There might be.
Why do this? What has prompted this cruelty?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're... Ava. I noticed you were here a while back, but does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
More importantly, where's Ima? Suddenly, Quenzele broke off and stared at something behind us.
Overlord Veshnes!
Veshnes is here. We all turned around at the same time, but...
There's no one there.
Oh my god, did we get that old trick?
Don't tell me.
We turned back around, but it was too late. During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely. Oh my god. RIP. Oldest trick in the book, and they fell for it.
He got away.
Freaking coward.
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been... Quenzled.
Yeah, they did pull the what's that over there. It worked so well on them. Wensold? And then she made a really bad pun. After the battle, we split up to look for Ima. It took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in a cage.
Ima, are you alright? Hold on. I'll get you out now.
Mr. Samino!
I swung my sword down on the lock and it broke apart with a loud noise. She's probably not used to pun and give her a break. I opened the door and quickly guided Ima outside, but then I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye right next to the cage. The next moment... Whoa! It exploded! I instinctively grabbed Ema from behind. The snap action meant my body shielded Ema from the brunt of the blast. A scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain and asked,
Ema, are you okay? Yes, but what about you? Yeah, don't worry about me, as long as you're fine. Huh? Huh? Mr. Samino? Mr. Samino! Mr. Samino!
I guess Takumi was knocked out cold, huh? Day 50? Dong, bing, bong.
If you're hearing this recording, it means your commander is no longer with you. So, no presents for anyone today! Too bad, so sad. Try not to be mad.
I woke up to the expected sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time, she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
I didn't have to ask about the day since it was mentioned in the announcement just now.
It's day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips. And I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
Was Ema doing it too? I sat up in bed. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. You seem fine physically. The truth is, your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease? I think so. Has anything changed? If you mean the murder cases, we haven't made any progress. Ema and Datomi are still denying they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either, but the others? Oh, something else has changed though. Ema's been taking part in the defensive battles. What? The mysterious guy will probably take the drips. Maybe. You shielded him back at the enemy relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. I see. That said, he still looks reticent as ever, and hardly ever leaves his room otherwise. Who can blame him, though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everybody's suspicious of him. But he did say he was willing to tell you and only you everything. Really? Yep. So, go find him later, okay? Later? Were you expecting me to not act right now after what you just told me? I jumped up and dashed outside immediately. Mr. Samino, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Don't mention it, really. What I really want to hear from you is some answers. Ema nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. I think he's in Kako's room. I can't look at the map. I was thinking Kako's room, but why would she have so many pictures? So, yeah, maybe this is Ema's room. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. And not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer. Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. It is my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister, and then smash their face in with a hammer over and over again until there's nothing left of it. Yet I am but a detective's assistant. I do not deal well with deductions. So I've decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you. I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. I intend to do just that, as soon as I get some answers from you. Now, first of all, why didn't you kill Datomi? What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you? Yes. When Kako's body was found, you and Datomi were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were the killer. That can't be, right? Of course not. If so, from your perspective, only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point of time. None other than Datomi. Yet you didn't go smash her head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Sumino, I see what you were getting at, and you were right. It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in the storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Opposite the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Is this it? Yes. It's big enough even for Takemaru and Moko to pass through. You're quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? No, sir. I stuck my head into the shaft but couldn't see anything in the pitch black darkness. When did you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why didn't you tell anyone? I did not tell you before because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise me you will not get angry? Yeah, because my sister and I had intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. That's not possible. The door can't be opened manually. We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I sighed and continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret even after Kako was murdered. If you told us about it, we would be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised my dear sister that no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise.
I want us to live together in the Tokyo residential complex again. Just the two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here.
I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time, when I was putting it back into my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space. Even after my dear sister lost her life, it felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hands. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled nonstop. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage as usual when we stepped inside.
Ima, you're an unusual sight around here.
Even more unusual than me being awake?
I mean, I already heard about you from Nozomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know? Anyway, what's up?
Just wanted to know if there's a recon drone anywhere around here, with lights and cameras if possible.
Yes, but what do you need it for?
It's kind of hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? We needed to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words.
Alright, give me a sec. Uh-oh, if there's a ventilation shaft here, that means... You see how it is now?
Yeah, exactly. If Kako was killed, the presence of this shaft makes everybody in the academy a suspect, including the safers for Shoma's case.
Including me? Yet you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me?
Kind of, sort of.
You don't sound very sure. I'll take it though. Okay, let's start.
Thanks. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries.
Right, in summary, this is what we've learned. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends towards the school building.
It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects to different parts of the building. Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like.
However, the bends are extremely narrow, and people our size can't possibly get through them.
Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. I'm more concerned about what we found halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall.
Thankfully, we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone.
It seems like Shoma's a suspect, but in his own murder? I don't know. It's a piece of cloth, right? A square green piece of cloth about an inch long. I looked at Ima then Tsubasa. They looked back at me with wide, questioning eyes. It was apparent they hadn't yet realized the grave implication behind this. So, Shoma is a suspect. He couldn't even fight anyone during our first playthrough, but now he's murdering people? I don't know. He's also still not fighting with them, so... Maybe a certain incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. I put the piece of cloth in my pocket, looked them both in the eye, and said, tell everyone to gather at the gym at 7 p.m. tonight. Huh? This is quite sudden. Please just do it. Maybe as a protest or something? They turned to look at each other. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. I had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted just one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. I spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Oh, is he gonna find the knife? Before long, the sun set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time that I found something. A faint trace of blood on a corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think blood from his injuries could have sprayed that far, which meant... I entered the gym at 7 p.m. sharp to find everybody already gathered there. Ava, you're here too? Yes, I have received an official release. I have been giving Athos room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. All credit goes to Takumi and Tsubasa. The remote detonator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I duplicated the device and give a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Nah, I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Well, you see... I turned my gaze upward and slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
But Mr. Sumino, wait a minute, please. You just said with absolute certainty that my dear sister was indeed killed? Yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me something first. Promise you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. I saw him gritting his teeth with a scowl on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, Fine, I promise that I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum.
Good. Alright. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this. Here goes.
Shoma.
The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma. It was. The name of that person is...
The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma is... This... Oh my god. Do I get to lie? It's obviously Shoma. Is Shoma the one behind this? Yes. I can accuse anyone? That's wild. Okay, that's wild. I can accuse anyone. And it doesn't even have to make sense.
The real killer.
Why can we accuse anyone? I don't know.
You! Shoma Gensaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
I'm definitely going to try accusing the others too.
Stop running your mouth, and just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Oh my god. Begin persuasion. I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 27. You met up with her before that on day 26. To tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. So she showed up at the gym as asked, where you made up some reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing?
Here we are, we're just playing Ace Attorney now.
I'm talking about TTX. Tetrodotoxin.
It's extremely poisonous. Ingesting just 1 to 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poisoned Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put the bottle of TTX into her right hand, then you block the gym door using a mop as a latch, thinking you can make her death seem like suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of the stage into the escape pod storeroom. You already knew that Shaft was there, because you'd seen Ima and Kako going into the trap door before. You did your homework and went down to check out the storeroom as well, before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft, and you used that vent to return to the school building. That's the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason?
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get back into the school. You can't accuse me of being the culprit.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you, Shoma. You can't say that for sure. A girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No, it's physically impossible. Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. That's what was going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof?
Here it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Out of all of us, only Kurata, Takemaru, and Shoma wear something green on them. But Kurata's tomato mask isn't made of cloth, so the scrap can't be hers. The shade of green on Takemaru's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap, too. Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it. I just checked. Part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. The torn part perfectly matches this cloth scrap. Indeed, I too witnessed it and have concluded they are a perfect match. Oh, it is a tomato mask. Cool. You can have passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while still wearing your backpack, but you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tied the shoulder straps to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught on a sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. This cloth scrap got torn off because of that. No, no, no! This is fake evidence planted by the real culprits! Someone's trying to frame me! If that was the case, why would that someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion away from you. Now this next part is all just conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? That plan went awry because Kako showed up to the gym alone. So you had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If you told anybody about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. And if we pursued the case as a murder, we would eventually close in on you. So you wanted to kill Ima afterward, but it was almost dawn by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. If you could make everyone think you had been mutilated by the culprits, we would never even dream of suspecting you. You're being ridiculous! This is way too bold a plan for someone like me!
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent? What's the point?
It looks like Shoma did it.
Of course. Actually dying was never part of your plan.
In fact, you were absolutely confident you wouldn't die because we have the revival-matic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That's why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement so that everyone could hear you. Then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic. Well, no one in the right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times.
It just doesn't make any sense. We're not
Gammafiel.
No, it is possible.
If you injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic like Gammafiel. Ugh. Remember what Yugamu said? At the proper dilution, the substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Yep, and I still stand by that. it does make sense. So you're trying to say that I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where? You...
Biolab.
From the biolab.
That room isn't locked and everyone has access to the shelves. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. I would show Manu the proper concentration. There's probably a computer in there, right? Because Yugamu has been making medication and stuff in there, so... Alright. Assuming that I did inject myself with that anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me?
No. I don't know what he did with it.
You hid the...
Okay, retry persuasion. No way he swallowed it. I doubt it.
Rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards.
He tossed it away. Okay.
You must have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed that far away as well, just like you did with the syringe. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No, but nobody searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items the next day on day 28 after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You've got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. Yeah, that is why the blood was there. I do have proof. It's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something some 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it?
Bloodstain.
I saw bloodstains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock.
In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains prove that the bloodied knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already! It doesn't matter what you're trying to say because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce.
Bluff. Are we gonna get to do the finish for Shoma?
Playing dumb, Shoma.
I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of TTX Kaku was holding. Your fingerprints were on it. Like we do with the commanders? I don't know.
That can't be. It can't be. It just can't. It can't. My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I...
He just confessed! We got him! I can't believe he said I was wearing gloves when I...
You fell for it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We got him.
No. That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean, it was just... anyway, I'm not...
Give it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX. It was none other than you!
Shoma Ginzaki.
Ginzaki!
100%. Wait, is Shoma gonna faint again? I don't know. He didn't faint when he killed Kako. That's why it's so rare that he did it. Takumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part, you were correct. It was me. I killed Kako. Back off, Ima, you promised. So, which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with. I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to do so by a certain someone. Let's call this person X for now. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. When I opened my eyes, X was there right in front of me. You didn't lock the door? I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. under the bed or something.
What did X say?
X said,
I killed Gaku and intend to make you my next target. But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately.
why would Shoma believe this, though? I guess he wasn't thinking straight.
Yes. The bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as Searay.
Just who is this X person? I don't know. They were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice changer to hide their real voice.
That sounds like the fake stabber you made up to fool us.
I did. I mean, it's true I wasn't stabbed by a person of that description, but that person definitely exists. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed the way Gaku had been. X came up with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hanger, and ventilation shaft. The tetrodotoxin? It was X who obtained that bottle of TTX too. After that, I simply asked Kaku to meet using the script X had prepared. What did the script say? He might get blown up.
Sprocket_clown just redeemed autism creature.
Hello, thank you for redeeming autism creature, Sprocket. To speak to her on the afternoon of day 26. I'm snoozing. Thank you for patting my head. I just snoozed the ad break. To speak to her on the afternoon of day 26. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpits and launch the pod into space. So, would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ima? You can always tell when I click into the stream because I always redeem the creature. It's good that you announce your presence with something so adorable. If so, come with Ima to the gym tonight at 2 a.m. The plan was to kill not just Kaka, but Ima as well. Wait! I just remembered that someone has been stealing their hearts too, so who is that? Is that the killer too? Person X? Why would they be stealing people's hearts? I don't get it. Because they were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. And I don't know if it's X or not, to be honest. It would be really weird if there was like a second or third person involved. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their death seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at that specified time, 2 a.m. I mean, it would make sense considering he killed Gaku, but yeah, maybe there is a third person. Maybe. Or maybe they lied about killing Gaku.
Why?
Kako said this.
I haven't told my dear brother what you told me yet. First, I need to verify whether your information is authentic or not.
It was aliens? Oh, imagine that.
If it's true, then we set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him.
I hesitated to execute the plan because she had showed up alone. But X also told me.
If you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
So I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Hakumi more or less covered what happened after that, until I returned to the school building. Except I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Ima. It was going to be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen by then. And suddenly X appeared again.
Ima probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. you won't make it back to the roof in time. Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why you went to the back of the building and...
Yes, I had been left with no other choice, but I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with a gamma field. Once I did that, it was as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. Oh, X gave me the gamma field as well, along with a knife and syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed, because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. His story thus told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiroko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words bag or heart ring any bells? Bag or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you. Your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's that, Takumi? Yeah, X must have done it if Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everybody was looking at us in confusion. Probably because nobody knew that someone had stolen the hearts from the dead bodies. Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it, I'm gone for. I told you about X. The bomb inside me is going to blow up now. Ugh. This scene looks like a VTuber convention. Did this X person lie to you?
I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make a detonator for the bomb in our bodies. Only someone with my level of skill and experience.
But Mr. Ginzaki won't be executed? Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. I'm gonna snooze the ad break again. Ima let out a guttural roar and charged towards Shoma so quickly nobody had time to react. He shoved Shoma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off. Wait, you can snooze the ad break twice in a row? You get 3 snoozes per stream. Only 3. And they all last 5 minutes. I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. Yeah, I can apply multiple. I only get 3 snoozes though, so. Shoma had fainted and was frothing at the mouth. Yugamu darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started comforting him. Everybody else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted to the spot. The sound of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. He doesn't have the gamma field on him. He would have to go run to the biolab, which is on a different floor. We moved the unconscious Shoma into the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. Once that was done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying another word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up the night sky, I thought about what had happened. Kako's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Gaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. It was just likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I kind of wish Ima really strangled Shoma. I had to find out who this person was by hook or by crook, and I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fists tightly. I would let nothing shake me from this firm resolve. Snoozing the ad breaks, though, means that I'll probably add Ding Dong Bing Bong.
Get prepared. Be ready to...
I'll probably add 30 minutes to the timer.
Guys, wake up! Something's happened!
Nozomi? Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. What happened? What's going on?
I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma, and Shoma, he...
What happened to him?
Just come with me, quickly!
We all knew where we were going. Everybody made a mad dash for the courtyard together. Is he dead? Let me check the report card. He's still alive. We ran through the second floor hallway and burst into the courtyard, then ran toward the cage without stopping. There we saw... Oh, he is dead. Was he stabbed to death again? Watching from inside VR? Who? Yoshika grabbed the gates and tried to open it.
It is still locked and will not budge.
Doesn't Takumi have the key?
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
I dug the key out of my pocket and slotted it into the keyhole. This is another locked room murder. Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
It's wet.
What?
I touched his clothes and they were wet as well.
Well, is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Since I had touched the body, I knew already that too much time had passed, but I decided to go along with it anyway.
Yeah, we should try that.
They might have not updated it yet, yeah. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 51 between 2 and 5 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long, probably. That's what that meant to say. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Ad break starts in 30 seconds, about. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. The hell's going on? How did the killer get to Shoma when the cage was locked? Hakami, did you lock your door last night? Wait, what if you just inject more cryptoglobin into a body? I don't know. Cryptoglobin is cannibalistic, so it might just eat the other cryptoglobin instead. Yes, I did. So nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was sleeping. And I know I'm repeating myself, but that key is unique. It cannot be copied.
Well, that narrows down the list of suspects to just Takumi, right?
Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing?
Aren't we overlooking the other possibility that he stabbed himself like before? This time in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him. I can't think of any other reason why he'd wind up dead in a locked cage in the middle of the night.
Well then, who supplied him with the knife?
It had to be X, right? If it was X, they would have passed him some gamma fuel in a syringe.
Yeah, ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged the hell out of your mind. He could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. The cryptoglobin is cannibalistic. It eats the other cryptoglobin. That's why they get stronger when they kill the commanders. It's because of the cryptoglobin. We moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. There were now 4 bodies lying on tables there. At Ima's request, we made sure that Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Okay, ad break has started. We're already at day 51. I'm gonna add 30 minutes to the timer. Didn't mean to make that loud noise.
Mutant defense set just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you for redeeming hydrate. I'm almost out of water. God, who is person X? X? Says chapter 158. Okay, almost over. Whee! Welcome back, Twitch. I added 30 minutes to the timer. Bad bot. Ema walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time. Then he said, "You got what you deserved." After that, we investigated the courtyard together. Despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or syringe. The only thing we found was a balloon? It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it into my pocket just in case. Soon the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon, and the darkness of night took over. It was already way past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after all that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at the rec room instead. Are we at the rec room? This makes it 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Of course they did! We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. Because that would mean there are 2 killers of X's caliber running around free. So who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent. This was the question I was dreading the most. And it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we'd all been avoiding that particular issue. But it was time to face reality. I sealed myself and turned to Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes. Well, the exact same number as the people present here. That means somebody among us is X. No, wait! It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left the school before the sun came up. Sadly, that's not possible. This device comes with a history log. At 4 a.m. last night, the number changed from 13 to 12 and stayed there. So Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 a.m. last night. Huh? Yeah? This Magadori, we're discussing something more important here. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life, but after that it either went up or down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Yes. Thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. X threatened to kill us all in that message, and they're doing just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping dead one by one. Well, I agree with the part about doing something, at least. Hey, Takumi, you're the leader. Come up with something. Maybe. How about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day? Didn't someone mention before that 3 is a risky number? That was because your 2 other teammates could be working together. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right, so a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should... Phew, done and done. Are we all going to be sleeping here from now on? How bland and boring. Getting evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland or boring? Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in a ditch? We've used curtains to divide the area up into rooms, so everybody will have some semblance of privacy. I almost thought he passed out. Who? Oh, you mean Takumi? Is this really going to work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, that's why we've been avoiding sleeping in one spot until now, right? Yes, and that's what I am thinking of having a sentry system. 3 people will be on watch at all times. We'll also rotate 1 person out every hour. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we're agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now we just had to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There was just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes, which meant... Day 75? It's been 24 days? Dong, bing, bong.
Troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for... Prepare. Be ready to...
I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought to cross my mind at that time was, not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in the gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. The heartbeat? No, I didn't hear that. Takumi! He awakens! I didn't want to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days. Is that a new record? Oh, for the love of murder. I turned slowly to look at everyone, then said, everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words. My last words? For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember? Those were the instructions you gave us on day 51. We've been able to survive all this time because of them. X hasn't had an opportunity to strike. That also means X is still... Yes, we still don't know who they are. If we did, we could have thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. Now that I got a better look at them, I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is among us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. They've all had to spend the last 23 days under the crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Alright, there's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the undying flames. He showed himself? Well, he was feeling very unwell, but said he had just had to tell us something. And what was that? Well, I was talking, so... I recently found out that there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in this school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1, though, because the 2 teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, that survivor would be extracted and put on standby, while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have a capacity restriction. That means people from both teams 1 and 2 can board with no issues. The second to last academy does not have a transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Unfortunately, I do not know where that transmitter is located. Still, it seemed to me like this information could be of some use to you. That is why I came here to tell you about it. A distress signal transmitter? I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Same here. After hearing that, we split up into groups to search for the transmitter, but...
We still haven't found it!
It doesn't matter. We'd have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of X was our top priority. X was most likely the one to kill Shoma. Or they could have ordered someone else to do it, like they did for Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shoma's murder. Would a Takumi pass us down when we go past the 100 days? I think they would put Takumi on their back and just walk him into the escape pod. As long as we could figure out who killed Shoma, we'd find out who X is. Alright. I clenched my fists tightly. Hiroko Tsubasa, come with me. What?
Where?
To the courtyard. I'm going to reinvestigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well.
I don't mind, but...
What's that?
Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving.
And thus, Hiroko Tsubasa and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Why did you ask us to come along? I can't go against my own last words now, can I?
The part about moving together in groups during the day?
But why choose us? No reason in particular. I just felt like it.
Felt like it?
One of us could very well be X. Then it'll be a 2-on-1 fight.
What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation?
I'm not worried. They would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important. Yes, that is true.
Then what are you investigating?
One question before I answer that. Nobody had an alibi for 4 a.m. on day 51, right? When Shoma was killed? Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Ava was in Atho's room actually, but you know what I mean. What about the murder weapon or any other clues?
So far, we haven't found anything.
In that case... The fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Figuring out what that method was could break this case wide open. Who could have done that was thus the best line of investigation to pursue. How exactly are we going to do that?
This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first.
There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when we first found it, right? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving this case. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then... A frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser or open dam. A giant column of water shot up into the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon, the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. Phew, that was close. What exactly were you trying to do?
I'm glad I was standing over here. I'd be all wet by now if I'd been any closer.
Next, I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. I turned the handle and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned the handle to its original position. I briefly saw Hiroko and Tsubasa staring at me in confusion as I proceeded to my next destination, the cage where Shoma had been held. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There are no hidden tunnels underneath, and the bars are as strong as can be.
No scratches on the lock either, and no traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched.
As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something. You see that ring suspended from the top there? Yes, what about it? I didn't answer, instead lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage where something caught my eye. This cage isn't secured to the floor. It's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base.
But the cage is impossible to move manually. It literally weighs a ton.
How do you know that?
There was a blueprint of the courtyard in the war room's computer that has some information about it.
I see, so it weighs 1 ton.
Hey, that reminds me. Did you know this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research?
Biotope?
I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. It said that before world death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. And each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area, including plants, microorganisms, and vertebrates. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystems those creatures had been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to simulate a desert environment. It can also withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. But wouldn't that amount of pressure cause the windows to break? What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows. They're all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully and you'll see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way the sky could be visible from here. We are inside the school after all. You might be right, but what about the exits on both sides, connected to the hallways? What's going on this? We're investigating a murder. Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls. Don't you remember? Alright, they opened up after C-Day released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is a completely sealed space. A completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet. There's just one more thing. This. A balloon? The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using the Gift-O-Matic. It's 1 a.m. for you right now? It is 8:34 for me. 8:34 p.m. Gift-O-Matic? We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the Gift-O-Matic resulted in a few discoveries. So in summary, the official name of this is the Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using a very durable material. The description in the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. It should be quite big when blown up. According to the history logs, it was been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons and for what? Unfortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. That data, and only that data, has been erased. After reviewing our findings, I put the balloon back into my pocket. Tsubasa, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has caster wheels attached to it. Anybody can move it anywhere. But why do you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clearer picture of how the event unfolded. What game is this? This is called the 100 Line. A clearer picture? And when will that happen? Probably by 7 p.m. tonight. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did, and soon it was night. The time I had asked everyone to meet me had arrived. It was exactly 7 p.m. when I quietly said to everyone, "Hey guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss. You like this channel already? Oh, cool. Thank you. You're now subbed? Awesome. I play this game 3 times a week. And I play 2 different games. Once on Wednesdays and 2 times on Saturday and Monday. What is this important thing we had to come all the way here to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
Okay, look, I haven't figured out who killed Shoma, so... Is he bluffing? I don't know who could have been making these balloons. Who did it? I'll be watching this every night I can now. Okay. First, we must answer the how. How did the killer stab Shoma while he was inside a locked cage? Once we can figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done all that under these circumstances. Just cut to the chase and tell us who the killer is already.
All right. I'll tell you. The person who killed Shoma.
I don't know who that person is. Okay, it's not Hiroko, it's Tsubasa. I don't know.
It was. The name of that person is.
Come on. I don't know who killed Shoma. Give me a break. Am I just gonna have to... I don't know what you mean by any of that. It was Eito! He's still alive! It was Shoma! He did it again! Okay. Okay, it wasn't Ava. It wasn't Yugamu. I doubt it was Nozomi. We wouldn't be able to trust her again if it was her. Yoshika doesn't seem like the type of person who's really good at making plans like this. It wasn't Tsubasa or Kiriko. Akemaru? Not Ima. Because that implies that he's... Yeah, it wasn't Ima. Hi, who was it? Kirara? Moko? Ima has motive? Sorry, if you're 12 years old, you're not allowed to be on this channel. Bye. Ima has motive? Yeah, but that implies that he's person X. And that means he killed Kako. At the very least. I have no clue either. This is like impossible. Is it Moko? I don't think it's Moko. And Yugamu's a murderer, but I don't think he's a murderer of anyone here. I've talked myself out of everyone. Okay, I'm gonna go from right to left. We're starting with Moko. Okay, this is other. Takumi, Ava. Woo! Those are the ones that change? That give us different endings? Ava, Takumi, or other. And I just chose other. Why Ava? She couldn't have been the one who killed Gaku. Takumi, they were, like, watching his body. You, Moko Mojiro! Are you daft? How does that even work? Very well, allow me to explain. What you did was, you know, not very simple. You were... This guy's stinking to high heavens.
Of course he is. He's X after all. Hey, now that I think about it, nobody got attacked whenever he was unconscious, right? Maybe he's trying to frame someone else and make the rest of us let our guard down.
After that, he'll tell us there is no need to travel in groups or sleep together anymore and then commit his next crime. So he brought this matter up in a futile attempt to shift suspicion away from him.
It does make sense. Yes, it does indeed.
One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer anything in rebuttal.
You leave us no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just...
In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember, but it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. Day 100. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside, only to notice that someone was lying in the cage next to mine. I ran over to see who it was. I didn't even need to check. She was clearly already gone. The cage was unlocked. I went inside and touched her arm. It was deathly cold. She'd been dead for at least a few hours.
What's going on here?
I stamped down my disquieting thoughts and quickly started searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw... I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she felt, it seemed like she had died a few hours ago as well. Thinking everyone might be in their rooms, I proceeded to the roof. It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Still convinced there had to be somebody around, I opened every single door to check. Takemada's room, Hiriko's room, Darumi's room. Their rooms were completely empty, abandoned. Kurata's room was next. I went inside and my glance fell on her bed. Lying there was...
No! Kurata too!
I checked her body. Like Ava and Kyoshika, she was cold to the touch.
No, wait. Maybe...
Clinging to a ray of hope, I decided to move Kurata's body to the infirmary. But... too much time has passed since death, impossible to revive, was all the monitor would display. I had a really bad feeling about this whole thing. Dark despondency pooled and congealed at the pit of my stomach. But it's fine. It's going to be fine. That's what I kept telling myself as I continued searching. I checked every room on the second and third floors, and then any other rooms I had yet checked. I didn't find anyone. Finally, I reached the first floor. Upon stepping inside the mysterious room with no name, I saw... There was no need to even check on his body. I could feel an eerie chill crawling underneath my skin and spreading to the rest of my body. The last place I visited was the garage. I pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside, and then... when I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over the bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Takemaru, Ima, Darumi, and Tsubasa's hearts had been removed through their backs. Acting on a hunch, I peered underneath Hiriko's clothing to check her back as well. There was a large empty cavity there as well, just as I had suspected. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. Stepping outside, I wandered around aimlessly for a while before coming to a stop in the schoolyard. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time, then a passing soundless breeze blew past. As I took in the breeze, a slight sense of suspicion flashed to the back of my mind. How many dead bodies have I found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. I was put in the prison cell on day 75. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 12, which meant... But that suspicion was quickly dispelled from my mind when the remaining 2 survivors appeared before me. We fought so hard in the defensive battles. Everyone gave their all. We even beat Veshness. And yet, this was what we woke up to.
Takumi, you killed them all, right?
What?
We're the last 3 still alive. No one else but you could have done it.
Her accusation jolted my mind into action, and I started to defend myself desperately.
No, it wasn't me. I went through the same ordeal too. My cage was unlocked when I woke up, and I walked out to almost everybody dead.
You really think we'll believe you after what you've already done?
Who else could have done this, huh? Tell us!
Moko was right. The three of us were the only ones still alive. It stood to reason that one of us had to be the killer.
Come on, we're waiting! Who killed everybody if not you?
It was...
I'm getting another choice? Who killed everybody? I picked Moko last time. I'll choose Moko again. You killed everyone. It had to have been you. There's no mistake about it. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Moko charged at me deliriously while brandishing a massive butcher knife. I instinctively grabbed her wrist, snatched the butcher knife away, and killed her? Slashed her neck. I watched in horror as Moko collapsed to the ground. I killed her. I hadn't intended to, but it just happened. My knees were knocking against each other. My strength gave out and the butcher knife fell to the ground. Immediately after...
Moko.
Nozomi screamed at the top of her lungs and dashed over. The knife that had fallen from my hand was lying at my feet. She quickly picked it up and swung it wildly. This is definitely a bad ending.
Nozomi, why?
Nozomi was standing in front of me with an astonished look on her deathly pale face. I stared absently at her until my consciousness faded into nothingness. Okay, third ending. No, 94, Mystery Route, Revenge for Moko. Okay, let's, why don't we go back? Okay, I think I'm gonna do the rest of the ending. Whoops! Okay, well, I couldn't select Nozomi. Before decision. Okay, so we got Takumi and Ava to point the finger at. Oh, I can pick Nozomi now.
I'm sorry, Nozomi, but you're the only one who could have done this.
How could you even say such a thing? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. No, forget it. I don't care anymore. Everyone died like that. So I... She suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs and ran off toward the wall of fire.
Wait, Nozomi!
I quickly followed her. Before long, we reached the wall of fire, but Nozomi did not slow down. She continued running at full speed right into the wall of fire. Well, shit, dude! No! This wasn't what I wanted. All because I made that accusation. Because of me, Nozomi. No, wait, it's going to be fine. I may still be able to make it. I'll save Nozomi, drag her out of those flames, and my body was already moving before I could finish the thought. I launched myself into the fiery flames. The very next moment, I was vaporized in an instant. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Okay, well, we got another ending. A kind heart. Well done. 95. Okay, Takumi or Ava? I think I'll try Takumi this time. The person who killed Shoma is... Is Takumi the one behind this?
I don't have any memories of it, but the killer, it could very well have been me.
Yeah, like I've been saying all this time, right? But how could you not have any memories?
It's simple, I just don't remember. Then you cannot be the killer. But I don't believe any of you here could have done something so cruel. Also, I'm the only one who could have gone inside since the key was with me. There are other reasons too. Nothing happened when I was unconscious, right? That would make sense if I was the culprit. The cause of my fainting disease may have played a part as well. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as an after effect. If those damaged parts have actually yet to heal properly, I could have gotten up subconsciously at night and did all those things without being aware of it, right? That's why I'm saying it was probably me. Maybe. Then you leave us with no choice but to lock you up in a cell.
Are you okay with that, Takumi?
No.
Huh? You're still trying to put up a fight even after you've confessed?
I wasn't confessing, I was just saying it's a possibility.
But you were so confident you knew who the killer was.
You were being utterly incoherent. Anyway, hold him out. Hold him down. Anyway, hold him down, everyone. Okay. Stop. Stay away from me. I said, stay away. I screamed and started running. You bastard, stop right there. I burst out of the room into the hallway and just kept running. Some time passed. I was finally able to throw off all my pursuers after running around the school haphazardly.
I'll be in danger if I stick around here. I should leave the school for a while and get my head together.
I headed to the entrance hall and grabbed a fire extinguisher before sneaking outside. Before long, I arrived at the wall of fire, but somebody had been lying in an ambush there. Yugamu, you are X. No! But you basically admitted it just now. I told you I was just throwing out possibilities. Save your excuses. Now I can finally kill you without regrets. What? Have you forgotten that I am an assassin? Wait, does that mean... Yugamu pulled out a dirk and walked towards me with a smirk on his face.
No!
Nozomi! Why?
I saw you, so I ran after you.
Yugamu! How could you do this?
Hey, this wasn't my fault. I was just trying to intimidate you. Killing you had never been my intention at all.
Shut up!
I charged at Yugamu with a feral roar, and we grabbed hold of each other. As we were struggling, we lost our balances and our bodies careened into the wall of fire at the same time. The very next moment... Our bodies vaporized in the blink of an eye. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Another ending. Dance in the purple flames. Okay, then Ava, then. Even though it doesn't make any sense, let's pick Ava.
The real killer. You! Ava!
What are you saying, Takumi? I came to the school on day 21. I couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku. That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed.
What?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Okay. So it was Ava. I didn't even... Okay. He killed Shoma separately. What makes you think I'm the killer? Before getting to that part, we'll have to explain how the murder even took place to begin with. Shoma's dead body was found in that cage. He had been stabbed multiple times. That means you had to figure out a way to get inside the cage. But the door was locked, and you were the only one with the key, Takumi. Yes, I did have the key, so you couldn't have used it. He used another way to get inside. Another way? The key lies in the design of that cage.
The design? What are you talking about?
Okay, bottom not secured.
The bottom part of the cage isn't secured in place.
It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That cage isn't secured in place. What of it? That's
Lifted the cage up with the balloons?
The cage could simply be lifted up.
So you went inside from the bottom. But what nonsense is this, Takumi? How is it possible for anyone to lift up such a heavy metal structure? Very true. That cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. But wait, aren't you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now you're saying it's too heavy to be lifted?
You used buoyancy.
You used buoyancy.
Buoyancy? That's right. You made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains, and then you flooded the entire place. There's a fountain here, right? You opened its valve fully to release an enormous amount of water through the nozzles, turning it into something like an erupting geyser or open dam. You left the fountain valve wide open for a while to fill the space with water. Oh, I'm sorry. Your explanation was so outrageous I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you not know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assume water was released into the environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out because those walls would be under constant pressure from the force of the water. No, that wouldn't happen. That's how this place was designed. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose?
This place was a biotope to be used for space development research.
It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. That's what Tsubasa said. Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leaks. After a while, the place became filled with water. Considering the water flow of that fountain, it probably took about 3 hours for water to rise to the top of the cage. Shoma was killed at 4 a.m. Counting back from that time brings us to 1 a.m. for the approximate time the water started accumulating. Even if you were right, that entire cage is made of iron. It literally weighs a ton. You said so yourself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged in water.
Dirty rubber balloons.
By using sturdy rubber balloons.
Rubber balloons? Ones that can be filled with air up to a capacity of about 10 liters. You inflated 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. To be more precise, you put the deflated balloons into the cage first before inflating them. Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant force is equal to the weight of displaced water. Hello, Julia. 100 balloons that hold 10 liters each equals 1,000 kilograms. In other words, the effect is 1 ton of upward force. That's right, yeah. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You'd barely need to use a single finger to lift it then. You were easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. 110-liter rubber balloons? That's just not... It would be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? More than likely, you used a certain tool. A certain tool?
Well,
The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor.
It's mounted on wheels and can be easily moved here. Using that would make it a literal breeze to fill up all those balloons. I see. That method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while it was submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shoma would have drowned inside. Yet the revival-matic stated his cause of death as hemorrhagic shock.
doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction holds true, Shoma would have drowned to death before he was stabbed.
Okay, it wasn't that. Okay, let me do that again. Retry persuasion. This is wild.
Doesn't that if your deduction holds true?
Oh, the cage wasn't completely submerged.
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
The water only had to stop just below the topmost part of the cage for it to work. Discharging water equal to the volume of the cage itself created the buoyant force needed. Shoma kept his head above the water's surface and breathed through his mouth, gaping and gasping for air the whole time. You took this opportunity to lift up the cage while underwater, slip inside and stab him multiple times. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? You opened the drainage walls to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's body. But was it wet?
Hot air blasts?
You used blasts of hot air to dry the place up.
What? I mentioned just now that this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research. Because of that, it's perfectly capable of reproducing a desert environment, which means it has the ability to blast hot wind around the area. After draining the water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to the lack of time, however, the water didn't dry up completely. When we first discovered Shoma's body, it was actually still somewhat damp. It was dry enough, though. Plus, we were all distracted by Shoma's dead body. That's why we failed to notice the remaining wetness in the area. The only thing we did notice was that Shoma's body was damp. Fine, I understand. This is utter foolishness. Let me summarize what you were trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage, and stabbed Shoma multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface. Then I dove underwater again and turned the valve handle to open the drainage walls. Look, Takumi, I am neither a diver nor a mermaid, even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do even one of the things you're accused.
Ava's mask.
No, it's absolutely possible.
You used your mask, Ava. Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. You can breathe for up to 30 minutes using it like that. Yeah, I did say that. I never thought it would work underwater, though.
Yes, I remember now. My mask. did have a function like that, but someone stole it from me. That person must be the real killer. Yes, that has to be it. I know I am right.
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind this. Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. According to Tsubasa, you're the only one who can wear it. You were right, Ava. This isn't a crime that a regular person could have committed. Only a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, the person who could wear that particular mask is the culprit. And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me. It's none other than you, Ava! You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
This is wild.
No! No! No!
100%. Persuasion complete. Takumi, you're right. I killed Shoma. The method and flow of events were as you have deduced. I have nothing to add. But have I really done something wrong? I too had been threatened by X. I had no choice. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 a.m. on day 51, just before the murder, I heard a knock on my door. And you opened it? Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside that door did flash through my mind briefly, but I am not a part of the SDU, and I wasn't even here when you saw the threatening note. I just assumed I could not have been on X's radar. Well, what did X say?
I have the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body. Here it is. In case you think I'm lying. I'm going to give you some instructions now, but you don't have much time. Follow my orders quickly, or else. Should you go against me, or tell the others about my existence, I will detonate the bomb in your body immediately.
Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on the detonator? Maybe they stole it from one of us? No, X said they obtained it through the proper channels, from Tsubasa herself. No! I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Now we are 100% sure that X is one of us. No, I think you can remove me from that list. I passed the first detonator to Hiruko and never got it back, and haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa yet. That is fair. Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list of suspects. Everyone else started scrutinizing each other with great suspicion, not daring to even move their bodies, only their eyes. Hey Ava, just one thing. Yes? X said they'd blow you up if you told the others about him, right? Yes. And that's what you're doing now. You feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet, indeed? I believe they could if they wanted to. The device is small enough to fit in the palm of someone's hand. It could be hidden in the sleeve, or on their chest, or around the waist, and no one would notice. It would be easy to simply press the button at the opportune moment. But X cannot do that for one particular reason. And what's that? Takumi, do you remember what I told you about the bomb mechanism before? Yes, I remember. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at that time will be blown into smithereens. 25? That makes the blast diameter the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Basically the length of this entire courtyard. That's why X isn't pressing the button. Because they'll be caught in the blast as well? And it's not like they can simply run away. Taking such action is as good as admitting you are X. That's why X has got their hands tied, eh? This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information about X from Ava. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything we want. Great idea. Ava, do you know anything else about X? Their height, body shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Shoma previously described, and used a voice changer as well. So it was not possible to discern who they were by their looks and voice, but... What? Ava looked down. A short, hesitant silence later, she spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
How do you figure that out?
By their mannerisms. Their mannerisms? You know how some people will still subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when thinking about something? Those sorts of mannerisms. They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So, who is X?
All right, I will tell you. X is the real identity of X is.
Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over me. My mind started working overtime as I went through all possibilities. Maybe X would really press the button now? Everyone thinks X won't do it because that would mean blowing themselves up as well. But if their identity was revealed, it would be the end for them anyway. They might even prefer to die with everyone in the blast over being caught and imprisoned. But in that case, why weren't they pressing the button now before Ava could reveal their identity? Were they banking on the possibility that Ava might say the wrong name? If she did, X could just sit back and watch the show without doing anything. If she really said X's real name, they could always press the button at that time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude right now. It might be dangerous for Ava to say that name out loud. Even if she got it right, everyone would die anyway. Still, I might just be overthinking things. X could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What do I do? What should I do? There was literally no time to hesitate any longer. My final decision was... Woo! Another decision! Got Ava up? The default is yes, but I'm gonna choose no. Like the contrarian I am. I decided to let Ava finish her sentence without interruption. However, she stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What is the matter, Lady Eva?
X got your tongue!
Or do you actually not know who X is? What? Then why did you pretend like you knew? At Emma's question, Ava suddenly... She smirked and let out a chuckle, looking as if she was mocking us. When I saw her expression, the truth dawned on me. Of course, you're afraid, right? You're afraid to die. Even if you were forced to do so by X, you were still the one to kill Shoma. That is an unforgivable act. Then you thought to yourself, I'm going to be thrown into the cage again. This time they're never going to let me out. Why should I stay then? I'll blow myself up and take everyone in the SDU with me. But you were afraid to face death. You never had that courage to begin with. So you decided to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing the button to activate the bomb.
Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's identity.
Wait, that means you going along with us all this time with just an act?
When you said you hated Veshness, was that a lie too? Also, you could gain our trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight?
Ava said nothing in response. Her lips didn't move for a second. But something else did. Her hands. The detonator is on a joint on my left hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Ugh! My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over to Ava at breakneck speed. I grabbed her left wrist and shouted loudly. At that, everybody made a mad scramble for the exit. Right after that, Ava grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw a raised foot and I found myself being kicked away. I landed near the exit where there were 5 other people. They had just reached the gate and were not yet outside. The other 5 had rushed to the exit on the other side and were at about the same distance away as well. I quickly stood up and looked in Ava's direction. She pinched her little finger and said,
Is this the courage you said I didn't have?
She pulled on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. Ad break ends in 3 minutes. Okay, we're just gonna wait. It's day 80 now. We're in the gym, apparently. I was hoping to get to the next ending, but it seems like there's a ways away before that. Okay, I think I'm gonna finish off day 80. And then I'm going to end stream. My throat kind of hurts. And I need more water. One and a half minutes left. I forgot to put out the BRB thing again.
Wow! It's finally your 80th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. We have just 20 days left. The end is really in sight now. Just a bit longer until humanity is saved. Work together to protect the school and humanity, okay?
It's day 80. I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact that I was somehow still alive. Once I think about it, I seem to recall someone pulling me back with great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. I wonder who saved me. I didn't see who it was, but I remember a lavender fragrance. I can think about that later. Is everyone okay? I stood up from the makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. And then...
What do you mean Tsubasa and Moko are gone?
Exactly what I meant! They were both missing when I woke up! You were the last 3 on watch last night, right? Yes, but halfway through my shift, I felt a pain on my neck, like someone had pricked me. Somebody must have jabbed me with that stolen anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. And then when you woke up, they were both gone? That's what I've been trying to say!
It was at this point that everybody finally noticed I was awake.
Sir Takumi, I see you've decided to rejoin us in the land of the living. 5 days, no see. Pretty fast, all things considered.
Yeah. Hey, should we be looking for Tsubasa and Moko?
Yes, the 9 of us here will split into groups of 3.
After some discussion, we decided on the following groups. Group 1, me, Nozomi, Darumi. Group 2, Takemaru, Kurara, Kyoshika. Group 3, Hiroko, Yugamu, Ima. Let's go find them. And thus, we embarked on the search for Tsubasa and Moko. We visited every place in the school to see if we could find any traces of them. However,
they're nowhere to be found. It's already been an hour since we started looking.
Suddenly, we heard a strange voice coming from the schoolyard.
Bad news! Teams Takumi and Takemaru, can you hear me? If so, come to the parking lot right now.
We gave each other knowing glances before rushing toward the stairwell together. Takemaru's team was already at the parking lot by the time we arrived. There were a few trees near the parking lot. Hiroko and Takemaru's teams were staring agape at something near the top of them. Red started to pool in the pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously to look in the direction of their stares. What I saw was... Someone killed Moko! And Tsubasa? It was clear they were both dead. Blood drained from my face and I felt sick to the bone. Now 5 of my friends are dead.
I didn't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. Somehow I held myself together and said,
Help me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary.
Subject, Tsubasa Kawana. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80, between 5 and 8 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Subject, Moko Mojiro. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80, between 5 and 8 a.m. Lacerated carotid artery. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade of unknown length. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room turned utterly gloomy. We silently moved their bodies to the morgue. Hey, do you mind if I mention something? Go on. It's something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. She got her heart stolen like the others? Wait, how did you know about the hearts being stolen? I decided it was not something worth hiding and told them about it. Oh, right. But I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their box cut open. Then what is it you wanted to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it when the hem of her blouse hitched up while we were moving her body just now. Naotomi walked over to Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and pulled the blouse up so that we could all see the strange thing on her back. Two? Think so. Could be a Z or an N as well. I don't know. The mark is small enough to be completely covered by a hand. Not located in the center, but more toward the left side of the spine. This is indeed curious. The purplish color even makes it look like a bruise. What could this number mean? Nobody had an answer to that. We checked Moko's back as well, but there were no markings at all, let alone one that looked like a number. After that, we turned them both back around and closed our eyes and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko! Nozomi clung onto Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguished chokes and sobs reverberated throughout the hushed morgue. Night soon fell, and when bedtime approached, Kurata suddenly brought something up. I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? The organic life detection device. 9. Same as the number of people here. Ain't it about time you just showed your hand? X, you're one of us here, ain't you? No criminal in their wrong mind would happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. How about this, X? Fast up and we promise not to throw your sick little ass into jail. So come on, help us out here. Are we only talking to X right now? Hey, what? X instructed someone to kill Kako and Shoma. What if it was the same this time? Hey, don't you go putting weird ideas in my head. You're basically saying there are 2 killers among us. Whatever the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree. X should still have some of that anesthesia left. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to just sleep in their own rooms. What do you think, Takumi? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it before saying, yes, going back to sleeping in our own rooms may be the better option at this point. On the condition that nobody opens their door until morning announcement. Are we clear on that? Day 81. Okay. Ding dong bing bong. Okay, that's the end of this stream. It's gone on long enough. We're in day 81. We've gotten 3 endings so far. All of them bad endings. Man, this mystery route is something else. I can't believe I'm in the 90s. These are some of the last endings in the game. And I managed to get here. That's interesting.
Okay, I have 3 people, so let me raid. Miracle Marble. Marble is currently playing Roblox again. See y'all tomorrow for Life is Strange. Goodbye.